So, welcome everybody to this kickoff of the funded projects under BiodiverTransform. My name is Magnus Ternefelt. I'm one of the 3 co-chairs of Biodiversa Plus. I'm based at Formas in Sweden, and I will do a bit of introduction to this meeting. If we could have the people outside maybe come in or close the door. Thank you so much. Right, first of all, I want to thank our partners here in the Azores, the FRCT, for hosting this amazing event and inviting us to these beautiful islands. And of course, I want to thank the Biodiversa Plus operational team who's been planning this for a long time with Clara Superby and André Kursbach, and you will meet some other people during the day. And of course, welcome to all of the PIs and the coordinators of the funded projects. It's really great to see you finally here collected in this room. And maybe we have some people online as well from the projects. I think we do. And I thank in advance all the speakers during these sessions today. And of course, the audience online as well. So we have the pleasure today to kick off these 35 funded projects under the BiodiverTransform call. First, I should say that if you are posting about the event on social media, please use the hashtag BiodiverTransform. It's not really visible up there on top, but hashtag BiodiverTransform. And don't forget to tag Biodiversa Plus. This meeting is being recorded, and the slides will be available afterwards at the Biodiversa Plus website. Very briefly, what we will do today is that we will talk about the call itself. I will give you a bit of introduction, and then we will hear from the European Commission, who are co-funding this call. And then we have a keynote speech, so by Jerneja Penca, who will give a very interesting keynote speech. We'll come back to that. And then we will have, in 5 sessions, you will get a brief glimpse from each of the funded consortia, what they're planning to do. And after each of these sessions, we will have a discussion and questions and answers about that. And then we will follow up with some final or information about follow-up and communication and things like that. I should mention that the name tags that the people in the room have, they are color-coded. So the ones in the teal, the darker blue-green color, represents the funded projects. The lighter green are the Biodiversa Plus partners, the operational team, and the sorry, not the operational team. The partners, the European Commission, the advisory board people that we have here, and people from the evaluation committee who were evaluating the projects. And the dark blue is for the operational team and the organizers. So I guess that's what I have. Right. So the call, BiodiverTransform, it comes from our partnership. I talked about the partnership as such yesterday. I won't go into the details, but we do have, I mean, the calls are just one of the many work streams that we have. So each year we launch a call in the same, with the same magnitude as this one. And that is what we do in supporting research and innovation. And we also have a lot of follow-up work, clustering events and so on, associated with that. But we also have work streams on harmonizing monitoring schemes, promoting nature-based solutions, and business and biodiversity. The policy science interface, we're working on that, and this is what we did yesterday in the policy forum. And we work to enhance the global impact of everything that we do. And we connect all of these things in under different topics that we called flagships, and we have this one flagship on supporting transformative change. So this call is embedded within that flagship, just so you know. And to mention some of the other things that we do on this topic, we have a number of products out. So already back in 2022, we did a dialogue event on transformative change for biodiversity. In 2023, we had 2 workshops building on that dialogue event on the same topic, and there are reports, and these are all available online at Biodiversa Plus website. We did a mapping of collaborations in biodiversity and transformative change research, and then a knowledge synthesis on how do nature-based solutions promote transformative change. And most recently, in December, we published the work from a foresight workshop on nature-based solutions and transformative change, exploring future research horizons. So these are the things that we do to inform the actual development of the research call, but also in the follow-up of when you start having products and outputs from your project. So, coming to the call itself, I won't go into the details, I think you know it, but the objective, overarching objective was to understand trade-offs and cross-linkages between the worldwide crisis, and identify, analyze, and comprehend transformation processes that may halt and reverse biodiversity decline. So, you are the selected ones from 284 pre-proposals, and then 105 full proposals submitted, and you are the distilled gold from this work that has been going on for many years, actually, leading up to this. So we're very happy to have you here in the room. And we have collected all the information about the call in this project catalog, which is fresh off the print as of yesterday, I think. And you can find it out there, and it's also available online, of course. And in this, you will find first a lot about the call itself and the topic of transformation, information about what we aim to do, but then also a lot of figures and statistics on the projects and the results from the call. So here is, for example, a graph on the studied environments showing that terrestrial environments dominate. And then also we have the inland water, coastal, and marine. But actually, if you compare the different columns, pre-proposals, full proposals to funded projects, you see that the topics were averaged out a little bit in the selection process. Here's another one showing the geographic origin of the applicants. And I won't go into the details here, but you have this in the catalog. And you can also see, for example, the success rate per country, if you're interested in looking at that. So a lot of interesting things, but most importantly, we have one page for each project. So where everything is summarized with the context, the objectives, and the partners of the project. So this is a really nice, good overview of all the projects available online. Right, so I think I'll stop there. Just checking if there are any questions or anything that is unclear on what we're doing here before I give the word now to the co-funders of this call. From the European Commission, we have Bastian Bertsky, who is the policy officer at DG Research and Innovation, and Bénédicte Blodeau, who is the policy officer at the DG Environment. So the floor is yours, please.
Good morning. No slides, and we'll keep it short, but we are very happy to be here today, and we would like to warmly welcome you to this kick-off meeting of the BiodiverTransform projects on behalf of the European Commission, and in particular the 2 Policy Directorate Generals responsible for the Biodiversa Plus partnership, Directorate General for Environment and Directorate General for Research and Innovation. We would like to warmly thank also the hosts and organizers from FSCT and Biodiversa Plus for having us today in this beautiful setting here in Ponta Delgada within the marine biodiversity hotspot of the Azores. As we heard today, and as you know, transformative change is necessary and urgent to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, and this means a systemic change in our views, practices, and structures. And this need is recognized and embedded in the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030 and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The best transformative change assessment has reiterated this imperative and expanded on it, and together with the best nexus assessment, outlines clearly key strategies required, available response options, and the roles for all to play in this transformative change. And it highlighted that transformative change is challenging but possible. The most recent IBES assessment on business and biodiversity stresses that all sectors, even those not directly dependent on biodiversity, are dependent on and impact biodiversity, and provides options to support the transition to a nature-positive economy. The EU has taken action to implement its strategy for biodiversity and honor its global commitments. However, progress still needs to accelerate as biodiversity and ecosystems continue to degrade in Europe and the world. Implementation needs to be stepped up. We need to give necessary tools to all actors, including farmers, fishers, foresters, and businesses, and tap into the many opportunities that biodiversity protection, restoration, and sustainable use offer for a just transition and engaging new agents of change.
Good morning, also from my side. And I think you will all agree that research and innovation has a key role in accelerating the pace of change and overcoming barriers to transformative change. This is why the European Commission has co-developed, once again, and is co-funding this Biodiversa Plus call. Biodiversa Plus is a key actor, also, of course, in our view, for biodiversity research and innovation in Europe and globally. And a unique actor in that it mobilizes not only academia, but it also gathers and engages actors from governments at different levels, as well as civil society and businesses. The BiodiverTransform projects will enhance our understanding of the connections between the worldwide crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution and beyond, and generate actionable knowledge for addressing complex challenges, about which we have heard yesterday a lot already, finding synergistic solutions, and thus supporting transformative change for biodiversity. We are very pleased to see that the BiodiverTransform call attracted a very high number of over 260 eligible pre-proposals, demonstrating the great interest in this important call. And we note that all proposals were evaluated based on their scientific excellence as well as their expected societal and policy impact. For us, it is very important that the funded projects and researchers engage in science-society policy interfacing processes with the support of and building on the great experience of the partnership in this area. The 35 BiodiverTransform projects selected for funding take a wide range of approaches, bringing together various disciplines and engaging a wide range of stakeholders, including indigenous and local communities, covering marine, coastal, freshwater, and terrestrial environments, projects tackling innovative and transformative approaches to conservation, coexistence, sustainable use, the prevention and management of invasive alien species, cities, urban environments, renewable energy, and so forth, both in Europe and beyond, with case studies from the Arctic to Africa, from the Americas to Asia and Oceania. We thank and congratulate the partnership and all those involved in the development and management of the call. Last but not least, we would like to, of course, sincerely congratulate the 35 selected projects, and we are very much looking forward to hearing more about them today. Thank you.
Doesn't like to be moved. Thank you so much, Bastian and Benedict. Are there any questions while we have them here? You will stay in the room throughout the day, so you can approach. They are very approachable. Don't be afraid. Nothing immediate. Okay. Right. So with this, thank you so much. We are now ready to hear an interesting keynote speech and on transformative change, biodiversity, science, and looking at our next move. And this will be presented by Jerneja Penca, who is from the Mediterranean Institute for Environmental Studies, Science and Research Center Koper in Slovenia. And you are also a Biodiversa BiodiverTransform evaluation committee member, so you have been evaluating these projects. Please, Jerneja, the floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues, researchers, representatives of funders, Biodiversity Plus partners. It is my privilege today to address this diverse audience and to do so with a true sense of excitement at the launch of the 35 projects selected under the Biodiversa call on biodiversity and transformative change. The start of any research feels special for researchers involved, but this one feels special in several additional ways. It almost feels like a festival of research on biodiversity and transformation. In my talk, I would like to reflect on why this moment matters, what the selected projects represent, and how they might engage with a wider knowledge base on transformative change, and finally, what the topic of transformative change may ask of science itself. So why this moment matters? The first reason why this matters is that it's a collective launch, not an individual one. The funded projects under the same call are not only parallel initiatives, they are a potential community of inquiry. They can learn from one another, challenge one another, and create something larger. A BiodivTransform project catalog that was just mentioned and has just been published provided a source of very interesting reading for me. What stands out immediately is diversity. The projects span multiple geographical regions, ecosystems, cultural contexts, governance levels. They bring together researchers across career stages. They combine multiple disciplines within the same consortium. Interdisciplinarity, once an aspiration, is becoming normal practice. This diversity of researchers and research matter. We need plural perspectives if we are to understand complex socio-ecological change, and as we know, even more plural ones than what we have. We need methodological variety if we are to produce robust conclusions, and we need intergenerational research communities if we are to sustain this work over time. The second reason this moment matters is the scale of intellectual effort behind this project and the entire call. The selected projects emerged from a competitive process involving hundreds of proposals and an extensive, and I must say, a very robust evaluation process, involving evaluation committee members and external experts, as well as negotiations with multiple funders who speak with policymakers about their needs. Behind every applied and funded project are many more conversations, ideas, and attempts to grapple with the topics of biodiversity loss, the benefits that nature offers to people, and the necessary changes to our societies. Just think of the whole call as a huge intellectual effort. So even the projects not funded contributed to the field by advancing thinking, building networks, and clarifying relevant questions. This may be an overlooked value of research calls. They do not only fund projects, they catalyze inquiry across communities of stakeholders, researchers, evaluators, funders, and policymakers. The third reason this moment matters is the courage of the call itself. More than 40 funding organizations from the EU and beyond chose to support research on the underlying drivers of biodiversity loss and the social processes linked to ecological change. For a long time, biodiversity research and policy focused primarily on visible manifestations of biodiversity loss, species decline, habitat degradation, ecosystem change. Those remain essential topics. But this call asks to investigate the systems that produce those outcomes, institutions, incentives, values, patterns of production and consumption, relations between knowledge and power. This, in my opinion, is brave. So what have we got? What do these projects represent? When I read the catalog, I was struck and encouraged by a pattern. The projects represent a preview or an insight of a new operating system for society and a roadmap for its transformation from where we are. In research, at least, biodiversity is no longer treated only as a siloed environmental sector. It is emerging as an organizing principle for rethinking and redesigning societies, livelihoods, infrastructure, and collective behavior. In the projects, biodiversity is not only about the conservation policy, it becomes relevant to urban design, food systems, energy systems and transitions, marine planning, flood resilience, local economies, democratic participation, and cultural values. We are moving from protecting nature from society to restructuring society through nature. And if the projects deliver on their promise of engaging for impact, we're also a step closer to that reality of a thriving world to humans and nature. This is an important signal contained in this portfolio and the reason we all want it to succeed. And how to do so? There is a need for engaging with a wider knowledge base. In parallel with the development of this project, the global scientific community engaged and completed a major milestone, the IPBES Transformative Change Assessment. We heard about this yesterday, and also the very relevant sister nexus assessment. The assessment, the Transformative Change Assessment, brought together more than 100 experts and many more contributing authors. Several of them I know are among the project coordinators or partners. I was one of them. We were asked to provide an extensive evidence-based, built on academic literature, grey literature, indigenous and local knowledge, and practical experience. At its core, the assessment addressed a simple but very demanding question. Why does biodiversity continue to decline, and what would be required not only to slow that decline, but to halt and reverse it? The result is the most comprehensive synthesis today on transformative change in relation to biodiversity. It offers, as we heard, the conceptual foundation, multiple visions of sustainable futures, pathways for initiating and sustaining transformation, analysis of barriers and enablers, governance options across scales, global, national, and local levels, and a large body of real-world examples with a transformative potential. There was an interesting issue of timing. The BiodiverTransform call was launched before the IPBES assessment was adopted in December 2024. As a result, many proposals could not fully draw on that synthesis. This mismatch, or simply fact in timing, now creates an opportunity for projects in their implementation. I believe the assessment presents an essential way for the project to contribute to the wider knowledge base on transformations and biodiversity. And how to do so? Let me suggest 3 ways in which the projects have the opportunity to engage with the assessment and the broader knowledge base. The first one is to build on the TCA framework, implemented in specific contexts or sectors to add nuance and draw context-specific lessons from that experience. Projects can use the assessment as a framework and test it in specific contexts, sectors, and practices. Many proposals sought definitions of transformative change and conceptual anchors for their work. The assessment offers one important reference point. It offers a framework to define what transformative change actually means, including how it differs or aligns with other forms of change, and how it may be operationalized in practice. It also offers a framework to separate any societal change from that which is targeting a just and sustainable future. This framework synthesizes diverse perspectives in ways that both honor plurality and provide a useful lens for orienting and guiding policy and action. As explained yesterday, and in the report in much more detail, 3 components seek to separate transformative change from any change. And these components are change across views, structures, and practices, tackling the underlying root causes of multiple intersecting social and environmental crises. And these are deep-rooted, interconnected social and cultural patterns that shape, influence, and reinforce all direct and indirect drivers of nature's decline. And we heard them being spelled out yesterday. And the 4 principles of just and sustainable futures. So these 3 components seek to retain the concept of transformative change to be more than just a buzzword. It suggests a weaving across different knowledges to create an actionable understanding. This understanding can support a wide variety of societal actors in developing alternatives to status quo while avoiding transformation's washing. Projects can examine how such a framework holds or needs adaptation in various contexts. Because projects cover such a wide variety range of ecosystems and themes, they're exceptionally well placed to generate contextual nuance. Another important opportunity is to connect social transformation to connect social transformation processes with biodiversity outcomes. We increasingly have better ecological monitoring, open data sets, remote sensing techniques, and biodiversity indicators. To my view, the next frontier is to relay challenges in governance, participation, incentives, and behavior to measurable ecological effects. And this is where some of the most valuable new knowledge may emerge. The second way in which researchers can engage with the wider knowledge framework is to move beyond the TCA in knowledge on transformative change. No assessment is final. Synthesis should enable new questions. New research projects can advance knowledge by identifying tensions and trade-offs of specific transformative processes as they actually start to occur and take shape. The best assessment focuses perhaps more on defining and initiating transformative change than the understanding and implications of transformative processes themselves. So, for example, if transformation occurs in fisheries, who bears the cost and what kind of cost? Loss of income, loss of identity? What new inequalities might emerge from there? What are the implications of transformation for economies and finance? What happens to pension capital, fiscal budgets, debt systems, etc.? Capital allocations shape landscapes faster than policy papers do. And yet, as a community, we more often work with policy than finance, is my impression. Can we run some biodiversity transformation labs to simulate those impacts? A key frontier is democracy. Many pilots in current projects rely on local participation and small-scale pilots. Fewer address how participatory legitimacy can scale to millions of people in national politics or polarized democracies. The next frontier can be how to scale deliberation, how to scale transformation through democratic means. These are just some areas that I believe deserve specific attention and where knowledge on transformative change can go beyond TCA. And of course, the third way is to critique TCA. Of course, researchers are free to challenge the assessment. They may reveal blind spots, key factors, or interactions that were not made sufficiently visible. They may identify biases in dominant framings. They may show that certain voices, geographies, or epistemologies remain marginalized, despite all the effort that went into avoiding this. But this would be valuable. And I will just not preempt these ways in which researchers can critique TCA. Either way, in any case, any engagement with broader research context is preferable for research rather than using the term transformative change as a catch-all term void of the depth. There is no longer the need for projects to convince the funders that they fit within the call and transformative change. I would love to see the projects from this call and any research to push the boundaries of excellence, impact, and transformation. Let me turn to a final point. If we're exploring how societies might transform, then science must also reflect on how it operates. Transformation is not only an object of study, it is also a question of research, culture, and practice. How do we do science goes beyond the need for projects to be interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, in the sense of engaging societal actors. It also goes beyond creating societal impact or bringing contributions to global research programs. Thinking about the manner in which we do research was not the focus of the IPES assessment, but it is on my mind as a researcher, as a team lead, or a team member. It also surfaced several times in our discussions in the evaluation committee. Let me mention just two tensions we reflected on in very practical terms. The first tension was that around experimentation. We deliberated about the extent to which our current systems and we in it reward projects that are safe and predictable more than those that are bold and exploratory. We asked, how much room are we actually creating for risk, creativity, and genuine experimentation? Transformative research may sometimes need to be less certain and more courageous, more exploratory, even if it later fails. And the second tension was that around participation. Many proposals promise stakeholder engagement, co-creation, societal impact, and participatory methods. But we must also ask, when is participation meaningful and authentic? When is it tokenistic and being participatory just because the funders ask so? When does it create burdens for communities without lasting benefit? How do we avoid extractive research in which scholars arrive, collect engagement, publish innovation, and leave little behind? These are not peripheral ethical issues. They must, if they have not yet, become central questions of quality of any research in transformations and any transformative research. So, as the projects begin, I would like to offer some hopes for how they will be run, hopes for transformative research. I may formulate this as separate values, but they're really closely interrelated, and I was pleased yesterday to hear that they are shared, perhaps with different emphasis. The first one is be moderate in quantity. We live in an era where we are flooded with scientific publications that we cannot manage to read or review in time. My humble wish is for researchers to start taking responsibility for perpetuating this system. Restraint and a focus on healthy indicators of quality, relevance, and integrity can be a form of responsibility. In this context, I would love to see the papers that need to be written rather than papers that can be written. The second so-called principle is be ambitious in impact, especially by cultivating the social soil. The focus on societal impact is inherent in any sustainability research. The key is to think about adequate ways of accomplishing that impact and committing to what is often invisible, cultivating the so-called social soil, building agents of change. This means engaging with and empowering people not only as an end to something else, but as the ultimate goal. It means focusing on the quality of relationships, the depth of attention, the coherence of purpose, and the lived experience of belonging. In short, it is about the depth of knowledge rather than just breadth. This is particularly important in an era where the quality of attention and dialogue is deteriorating globally, accelerated by platforms that optimize for extractive engagement, quick and shallow clicks and numbers, rather than regenerative presence and well-being. The third, be part of the system. This means fully acknowledging that we must move beyond fragmented silos. We keep hearing that sustainability problems are not isolated topics. Food, energy, water, oceans, inequality, biodiversity, cities, and so on are all interconnected systems, different voices of the same planet. Being part of the system also means sitting with complexity when it resists neat conclusions. When we struggle to articulate connections, or when our theories and innovations refuse to be tidy, let's hold on to that struggle. It is not a failure of clarity. Often it is a sign we're thinking with the system, not against it. Let's acknowledge it. And finally, be collaborative and generous. Build on what already exists in research, society, lived practice. Create genuine connections to ongoing initiatives. And there are many. Do this even or especially when it makes your own novelty harder to see. The pressure to demonstrate innovation often punishes generosity. It rewards the lone genius, the fresh start, and the rupture with the past. Let's resist that. Share knowledge. Collaboration is how any real transformation survives beyond a single pilot project or a single project and a single funding cycle. So let me conclude by sending courage, collaboration, and all best wishes to all the projects starting in this cohort. I hope you will continue to recognize one another as part of the same ecosystem of inquiry, thoughtful research and action towards regenerations and a thriving world. May you remain rooted in your diverse case studies, local environments, or pockets of agency, while connected through this light touch infrastructure of Biodiversa Plus partnership. I hope you help to show that transformative change is not only something that we analyze, evaluate, or fund, but something that can be practiced together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerneja, for these insights, the thoughts, and the positive, words that you're saying. And we will open the floor for questions. I think online as well. It will be possible. So think about your question. We have 2 microphones here, and I will start just by asking. So, I mean, we've been working on discussing transformation for a long time, a couple of decades, I believe, and still there is a lot to do. And where do you see, but you mentioned, I mean, there are changes happening. Where do you think the crack in the wall will open up? What sectors, or you mentioned finance, for example, is that where we can actually get some leverage into a wedge into actually making a real transition, not just small incremental steps?
Yeah, so thank you. You're asking me where do I see most signs of transformative change, essentially. And no, unfortunately, it's not the economic system. I just feel that this is where we particularly struggle to see it. So I wanted to put it more, I guess, to the forefront of our insights. And this is where the talk yesterday, I think, was really welcome. I see it probably, well, definitely in the research context, and in the very projects that I mentioned. I think there is a lot of exciting work going on in research and the local communities, local little initiatives. Some of those are part of the database. From the IPES assessment, we collected nearly 400 cases. But there are many, many, many more, and I believe all of us see them happening locally. And the question is really now about, scaling that. They're not transformative change in themselves. They're, I suppose, just potential of transformative change and pockets of hope. But how they will scale and connect, this is where we're looking forward to.
You have to press the button.
Thank you so much. It's not much of a question, but a comment. Thank you for in your last slide, you talk about the need for researchers to feel that they have to publish. Which, as we move along with the open science movement, we've kind of seen that the way the academic system and university system does not really by design lead into impact. The impact is by accident. The way we have designed the system. So for me, I think as a funder, we're slowly trying to think how can we shift the researchers away from communicating knowledge among themselves, but communicating knowledge, not publishing. I use this word, communicating knowledge purposefully to the communities and to the policymakers. Yesterday there was a question about policymakers and government. I don't think we have reached a stage to convince government because the way we talk, they cannot hear. So as long as we encourage, or as long as an academic, and I'm a former one, we only publish and tell our peers, and we are focused on high impact factors, on these commercial journals, we will lose our ownership of our own knowledge, number one. And two, we will not translate knowledge. It's not the lack of knowledge. We will not translate knowledge to the people that can use it and in the language that people can use that knowledge. So I really loved your last point, and I would really like the projects to think about that, how we can produce and communicate the scientific knowledge to the right people, to the right stakeholders the right way.
Any other? Yes.
So it's not so much of a question, but from online, there is a message from Susanna Horta, who is from the Horizon Europe project BioAgora, which is one of Biodiversa Plus key collaborators, and this project is developing the science service for biodiversity. So it is a scientific pillar of the European Commission's Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, and they warmly encourage any BiodiverTransform research project who would like to connect with them to do so. And so they are sharing their email for contact, so this can be shared with everyone, I think, post meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerneja. Thank you. That was really inspiring. And now let's dive into your projects. And for this, I will leave the floor to our follow-up team from Thatcher in the Czech Republic and Biodiversa Plus BiodiverTransform follow-up team. We have Matej Stepanek and Andrej Kusbach. And I believe, Andrej, you will from now on be the master of ceremony for today. So welcome.
This is too tall for me. Thank you very much, Magnus. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to meet you here at the Azores. It's my pleasure to welcome you here, and also thank you to the organizers for having the meeting at such a great place. My name is Andrej Kusbach, and yeah, I'm the one of the two people spamming you with all the emails before this meeting, so sorry for that. But it was for the what we are going to have right here with the presentation of the funded projects. That was the main thing to get us get the presentation of your projects for these 5 sessions that are in front of us. Just to give you the idea on how is this going to look like, there will be, as I said, 5 sessions of presentations of the funded projects, and each of the projects will have an enormous amount of time, that is 2 minutes, to present their projects, and then after that there will be a panel discussion and a Q&A session with all the project representatives in this given session. So, without further ado, let's actually welcome the first 6 projects on the stage. And yeah, I will change the slide. And yeah, let's go with it. I would like to ask to come to the stage the representative of the Mare Wind project, Biodiversity and Offshore Wind, Understanding Transformative Impacts on Marine Ecosystems. And this will be presented by Krishna Das. So please. The second project is BREAD, Evidence-Based Strategies for a Biodiversity-Positive Renewable Energy Transition. And this project will be presented by Hong Xiao Jin. Please come to the stage. The third project will be BioGain, enabling biodiversity-positive transformation of energy planning towards climate neutrality. And this project will be presented by Brady Madsen. Another project presented by Gustav Hellström is Urban Ocean, Urbanization of the Sea, Assessing and Managing the Impact of Offshore Wind Developments and Open Ocean Biodiversity. Please, thank you. Another project is Transform Bio, presented by Alice Jebo, Integrated Energy Transition Across Scales for Climate Resilient Nature and People-Positive Biodiversity Pathways. And the last project is Just Biosolar, Green Energy Transition in Europe, Impacts on Biodiversity, Landscapes and Justice. And this project will be presented by Ivan Frese. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I would also like to introduce the moderator. She's already on the stage. Yes, Mariana Walter. She's based at the Institut Barcelona de Estudis Internacional. And she is, of course, as all the moderators in our sessions today, a former member of the BiodiverTransform EVC. And yeah, just two important reminders before we start. We actually have our timekeepers right here. It's Matej and Marlies. And they will show you the signs with the remaining time for your presentation. So have a look at them from time to time. And we will also handle the mics during the session, during the discussion of the Q&As. So in case there will be, of course, any questions around the room, please just feel free to raise your hand. All right, and now I can just give the floor to Krishna Das with the Merwind project. So please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I don't feel welcome. So let's try to keep in time. So one simple reality, and I will try to move, one simple reality is that offshore wind is expanding very quickly across Europe, and that this expansion is already changing marine ecosystem. At the same time, we still lack a clear understanding on how this infrastructure can affect marine life and also how to translate this knowledge in better governance. And this is exactly the goal of the Merwind project. It's really to support biodiversity-conscious offshore wind development. And so, as you see here, the project is built around three research questions. The first question is really how turbine foundation and adjacent waters can act as artificial reefs. This structure can attract marine life, but they can also change food web and contaminant pathway. And we are going to look at that in fish, invertebrate, and marine mammals. Second question is really about the cables, the submarine cables. They provide electromagnetic fields, and we want to see how this can affect the movement and the behavior of marine species. I really don't feel welcome. And, and then the third question is really how to address the governance dimension, and how should I say that? It's to identify the institutional and practical barriers that currently limit the development of biodiversity metric for offshore wind planning and management. Thank you.
Since 1970, global energy consumption has increased by 170%, while the population has declined by 73%. Renewable energy is essential for climate mitigation. But what if the energy transition itself also creates risks for biodiversity? Recent evidence show that energy sector is now the #1 sector exposed to biodiversity risks. The question is not what expand the renewable energy, but how we do it. Too often, decisions are made without fully considering biodiversity impacts, trade-offs, and long-term ecological impacts. This creates tensions between climate goals, nature conservation, and local communities. This is why we launched BRIGHT. We bring experts from economics, natural sciences, engineering, landscape planning, and policy, alongside with stakeholders from international organizations, energy companies, and local communities to develop evidence-based, policy-relevant strategies for biodiversity positive renewable energy transition. Our aim is simple: to ensure climate solutions do not unintentionally drive further biodiversity loss, and to support a transition that is not only low carbon, but also nature positive and socially just. Thank you.
Hello. I want to start off by acknowledging my colleague, Alexandra Yurka-Pura, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's the lead PI for the project, hopefully also watching online. Hi, Alexandra. Addressing the climate and biodiversity crisis requires examining potential synergies for achieving net gain in biodiversity, and our project, BioGain, aims at the heart of this transformation. We're investigating the relevance of potential data sources, in particular data sources, and the associated generation of practical knowledge with the support of AI for enhancing the consideration of biodiversity in spatial planning in the realm of renewable energy with a focus on wind and solar. So our interwoven work packages are identifying the levers for achieving net gain in biodiversity through a multi-method approach involving co-creation, working with actors that are in the realm of spatial planning and also assessing baseline data along with monitoring the progress towards net gain in biodiversity. So through a series of case studies, we are examining how these data-driven innovations can support the transition to net gain by using a combination of interviews, collaborative decision analysis, discrete choice experiments, and serious games. The focal species and the particularities of the decision contexts and planning issues will of course vary from one case study region to the next, but this also allows us to incorporate this diversity of issues and trying to scale this up to a broader level across Europe. Thanks.
Okay, hi. So the Urban Ocean project, so Europe is transitioning to renewable energy, and offshore wind is going to be a big part of that. So this transition is pretty massive. So all these orange polygons you can see there, are actually current or planned offshore wind farms in the North Sea. This represents by far the largest alteration of offshore habitat in human history. And vast areas of the offshore environments are going to be converted from these species-poor pelagic deserts that there are today into these like structurally complex, blinking electromagnetic cities in the middle of the ocean that they, and we call this process the urbanization of the ocean. Urban Ocean aims to sort of change and transform the way we see and assess these offshore developments. Up until now, impact analysis on the biodiverse of these offshore developments have focused on small-scale individual wind farms, failed to considering this potential cumulative effects of these networks across seascape scale. So we know that these offshore wind farms can become marine biodiversity hotspots. Many studies have shown this, and the industry love to point this out. But in these offshore marine environments, biodiversity hotspots, it's definitely not a natural thing. So these tracks you see here are from bluefin tuna that migrates across the Atlantic Ocean. Just as migratory birds, these fish have migratory corridors that they use. And just like birds, they are sensitive to disturbances during their migration. These fish are adapted to offshore environments. And in the near future, they have to navigate these complex mosaic of structurally complex semi-industrial zones right in the middle of their migration zones. Urban Ocean aim to change the way we assess these offshore developments projects, to come up with a way to plan these offshore projects so they both support climate goals and also biodiversity hotspots. Damn, 2 minutes, it's just impossible.
Good morning, everyone. Right. Here you can see the lovely people I'll be working with. And this is the same green energy transition. On the left, I think you could argue looks pretty successful. On the right, not so much. And these pictures could have been taken in eastern Germany or northern Spain. In Just Biosolar, we start with that observation. The rapid rollout of solar energy in Europe creates a trilemma in rural areas, right? It can lead to trade-offs between climate mitigation, biodiversity conservation, and environmental justice. And right now, many local communities feel like they are losing, and so might biodiversity. So we ask the following questions. What are these solar landscapes actually doing to biocultural diversity in rural areas? Who gets to decide? And which values count? Who bears the costs and who benefits? And also, how do we design pathways where the green energy transition is both nature positive but also socially just? We work in 4 European case studies in Germany, in Spain, Italy, and the Czech Republic, and crucially in 2 offstage mining sites in Kiruna in Sweden and the Putumayo department in Colombia. Because a solar panel in eastern Germany starts with a hole in the ground somewhere else. The green energy transition must happen, and our project wants to make sure that it happens with rural Europe and not to it. Thank you.
Right on time. My name is Aris Zebo. I'm a senior research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute, and here with my colleague Johanna Hedlund. And we wrote together the Transformative proposal, which is about integrated energy transition across scale around positive biodiversity pathways. And it's a consortium of 2 of our SCI offices, so our office in Stockholm and in Tallinn, Estonia, together with IDOS and University of Pretoria and Western Cape in South Africa. Yeah, and I guess if we would kind of try to position ourselves, I think we would be something like the in-betweeners, I guess. Maybe UK audience understands a little bit. so we are really interested in the cross-scale interactions, looking at first how the global agendas are kind of interacting, and how that transpires down, so what kind of mechanisms, what kind of instruments relate to between climate and biodiversity via the energy transition. So that's our kind of main point of object, and we are interested in looking at how, for example, the effects of the global stocktake and UNFCCC decision to triple renewable energy by 2030. Is that the purely positive decision from a biodiversity perspective? So that's a thing that we're going to explore. And we are also going to look at everything from kind of impact on the ground, on the at urban level, in the positive energy district, so an EU program, and urban transition in South Africa. But we're also going to look at transboundary elements. So the Dogger Bank is a case study, and trying to see how governments are collaborating across borders, teleconnected across supply chains, and locally on the ground. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello, can you hear? Thank you very much for actually being able to say meaningful things about the project, and I think you give a good picture to all the audience. So we have actually a good time to engage with all of you about questions you may have. I think we have a wide range of approaches to address the critical challenges of the energy and digital transition. Well, I see we have a broad addressing different terrestrial and marine ecosystems, also engaging with different countries. I think there's many possible angles to engage with the project. So maybe we do a first round of collecting questions, and here, if you want, we can have one there and one here. Okay, questions. More closer, yeah. Thank you. Don't be shy. We have 1, 2, 3. Yes. We can start here.
My name is Oskar Kinvall, and I'm from Gothenburg, working at Chalmers University of Technology. I wonder about this, Krishna, the program. How will you tackle the effect analysis of electromagnetism on the fauna and flora in the oceans? Yeah, how will you? So I'm curious about the setup for the.
Sorry for that. So this, the impact of this electromagnetic field will be analyzed by your partner from the Vlaanderen Institute for the Sea, and they will use a combined approach, like tracking, for instance, using tracking device, using also acoustic device, and as an example, they can place a very small device on fish and analyze the movement and the behavior of fish throughout the offshore wind farms. They have really good expertise in that.
I can shortly ask as well, because we're basically doing the same thing, and there's also these sensors that can detect electromagnetic fields that you can newly develop, that you can attach to fish. And the way you sort of look into it is you can measure migration, for example, eels or benthic sharks, and sort of see timing as they pass through a gate, for example. And then if you put up an electromagnetic cable from these offshore wind farms, you can look at things like delay time as they passes these cables and stuff like that. But it's a pretty difficult thing to actually evaluate.
Very challenging and exciting.
Yeah, very exciting.
Hi, my name is Astrid Schmidt-Glauber from Boku University, and I have a question. I think it's mainly to biogain and spread, so those who are engaging with more than one renewable energy source. And my question is, do you include hydropower as renewable energy? And if yes, why? Or if no, why not?
Maybe we gather more questions, because maybe some overlap and we can build on different questions. There was a question here, there, and...
Hello, this is Cengiz Akandil. I'm from University of Zurich. I just have one question concerning, like Norway was just building the largest offshore wind farm in the Arctic Ocean, and the second one is on the way as well, which was quite celebrated in the media. But most of the media reports, they forgot to mention that that is actually extracting oil. So what is your take on that as well?
Any other question? And then we... No? Okay, so...
Okay, sorry. Yeah, maybe I can answer the question from the lady. Yeah, yes, we did cover the hydropower energy. I'm from Sweden and Lund University. My initial idea is to look into the hydropower practice in Sweden, because they have over 100 years of hydropower experience and with very high energy efficiency. Originally from China, I know quite a lot of 3 gauges of the hydro store dams that really create a severe problem to the, including engineering geology and also the ecosystem. But Sweden, in my view, is the best model in hydropower plant development. My intention is to look into over the past almost a century how those hydropower impacted the ecosystem, how the government policies try to limit the negative impacts over the hydropower practice during the past century. Yes, thank you.
Maybe if I just can very quickly, could you please speak up when you are speaking on the microphone? I'm sorry to be annoying, but there's apparently a bad sound online, so just please speak up. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'll just add on to what he was saying, that at least in our project, we would see hydropower as, our focus is on net gain in biodiversity. It's hard to imagine hydropower providing a net gain in biodiversity, considering the negative effects on aquatic ecosystems.
Yeah, I also just have an interesting comment on the way that offshore wind sort of interact with hydropower is quite interesting, especially for fish, because as more and more offshore wind electricity come onto the grid, the hydropower sort of needs to come up and buffer this variation in the electricity as the wind, sometimes it doesn't blow and sometimes it's windy, and that creates more hydro peaking in the rivers. So in a way, these sort of offshore wind parks that are established will actually create more difficult situations for the fish in the rivers. So it's an interesting interaction between hydropower and offshore wind as well.
More questions? There's one there. And one on the back as well.
Hi. Okay. Hi. Thank you for your presentations. I was just wondering, when you talk about assessing biodiversity, do you aim to integrate this with the environmental impact assessment practices like the EIA directives and SE directives? Is this also to be formulated in a way to be included in there? Because I know a lot of engineers need to, not sure if you can hear me, a lot of engineers have to do this, and if that's going to be translated to them as well.
Okay, all right. Maybe I can answer your question, because I had EIA lessons when I was in China. I know quite a lot of how to do EIA, environmental impact assessment. And actually, in our project, I look into the European level. European, indeed, you know already. They have the environmental impact assessment, but the key thing is missing. There's no ecological impact assessment. This over the globe, entire world I look into, in UK, Iceland, they have a combined ecological impact assessment guideline regulation, and in EU level, there's no such. Only few regulations, few sentences in the EIA directives. That's why in our project, we have a very ambitious aim to kind of implement or give some policy suggestions how to implement the ecological impact assessment regarding the renewable energy construction. I participate in many energy construction in China, hydropower, nuclear power, and also the coal power, even the coal, charcoal. Yeah, this is our great ambition. And also, just last month, I saw in China, they have the code, the national code, that from legislation level, they have the ecological and environment law to govern all the construction or everywhere. In legislation level, this is really amazing to me, not because I'm from China, but we are trying to do things to catch up with them, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, so we will, so one thing we are planning to analyze is the role of impact assessment, primarily at the EU level. So, for example, the new green industrial strategy, there are discussions on pausing impact assessment to kind of speed up processes, and what effects that might have on basically infrastructure deployment. I think there are some examples of Fit for 55, for example, that already had that type of process, and maybe do some kind of comparative assessment against normal process. So it's more about the kind of speed of decision making and what effect it has in terms of the global decisions that have been made recently on really kind of scaling up renewable energy and their effects. So not kind of on the ground and not from a socio-ecological systems, but we'll definitely look at the effect and impact assessment has on the policy process itself.
Yeah, maybe I can also add, we look at that from biocultural diversity and justice perspective. So is this biocultural diversity acknowledged or even recognized in impact assessments, right? And for instance, through walking interviews, we also want to map what is biodiversity for the local people and what is in the assessment. So the idea, I think, is also to maybe improve how these assessments are drawn.
Yeah, and in BioGain, we also explicitly incorporate environmental impact assessment. But an important question is how can we enhance the role of biodiversity also at the subnational level, so scaling that up, because oftentimes there's a mismatch between the planning at the local level and at the subnational level, where you have these sort of chaotic situations where you have a protected corridor for migration, but then you have wind turbines and solar power going in there when that should be planned at a broader landscape level or regional level.
Maybe I can also add that, but environmental impact assessment is totally different from ecological impact assessment. It's the different things. Like environmental impact assessment, we focus more on pollution, different pollution, from like the light pollution yesterday, as we were talking about. Yeah. But the ecological impact assessment more focused on ecosystem, how the habitats, biodiversity, how they change. It's totally different from environmental impact. So that's why European level, this kind of guideline is missing, I would say.
Thank you very much for addressing the interlinkages between energy transition and biodiversity. I'm happy to hear that you will address the impacts, but will you also analyze the life cycle analysis? Because energy transition requires a lot of critical raw materials, which are detrimental to biodiversity. So will some of you analyze this life cycle analysis? Thank you.
Should I? All right. Yeah, we will actually look at the life cycle of the offshore wind from planning to operation to decommission, and try to find these different sites where you have these stages of the life cycle and look at how it impacts fish.
But I think the question was more on the supply chain of the materials to develop these infrastructures.
So we do intend to do that, but not from a life cycle analysis perspective, but more around the role of the kind of supply chain in both kind of creating risks at the source of extraction and creating risk and impact at the source of infrastructure deployment of renewable energy. So definitely part of it, and in terms of operationalization, we'll be looking at South Africa specifically, and I don't know how to pronounce, but Solobeni, I think it's called, the Solobeni mine, and the kind of social ecological justice implications, and trying to kind of get a sense around, can we assess that kind of compounding risk from what happens in renewable energy scale out in the EU, and what role it has, and how much, and so on. So those things we're interested in, yeah.
Thank you very much. There's a question here. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question. I like the concept of urban ocean or sort of marine urbanization. I think it's a cool heuristic of thinking of like how this is at a different scale than before. And as a sort of urban scholar, I'm interested in cities. But I'm also kind of interested in how far have you taken that idea? Because obviously there's not people living in these areas, right? I mean, I get that is it mostly about sort of infrastructure and more traffic coming through, or is it also other aspect of it that you see as urban? And maybe also for the rest of the panel, do you agree with that framing? Do you think it's a kind of are offshore wind farms, are they kind of urban oceans? So just, yeah, curious to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an urbanization process in the sense that, first of all, you have the same as urbanization of land. Ocean goes from this sort of common property regime to more of an ocean system with private ownership in the ocean, which is sort of where you get this habitat fragmentation that you have on land, and urbanization, you get it in the same way in the sea. You have sort of displacement of these traditional practices, fisheries, for example, that will happen with these offshore wind farms as well. And then you get these industrial zones, more or less, out in an area where there shouldn't be anything. And the main feature of the open ocean is that it's featureless, right? And then you get these industrial zones, which is part of this urbanization concept as well. So, yeah.
Yes, okay, thanks. I want to continue on the question, because this urbanization process, let's say, that goes into natural land, and in your case the ocean, but in your case, let's say it's agricultural land or natural land that gets these solar fields, let's say. It's kind of the same process, but these we have had in the past. Do you include, let's say, learning from those processes in the past? I think about industrial agriculture, let's say, that kind of slowly, much slower maybe, but also has got at a certain level. I'm from the Netherlands, and there it's like, I mean, yeah, it's kind of one big city, and we still call it farmland. So do you learn from the past when these processes actually have happened before?
Yeah, I think in our project, everyone has more or less the motivation to not repeat this capitalistic fossil fuel based industry or even intensive agriculture and with land use in mind. And I mean, to be honest, you could also argue why not put solar panels on roofs in cities where energy is consumed, right? So this is also part of what we look at, what happens to land lease prices, for instance, especially in my case study, plays a huge role. So definitely questions of learning from the past and, not taking the status quo as granted and as something that needs to be happen as it happens right now. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. Maybe you can tell us more. There's a question, and my own question is, can you hear? Hello? Maybe you can tell us more how you plan to engage with, fisherman communities, other type of social groups that are critical in your case studies, so we can also engage your challenges you're envisioning, if there's something we can learn together on how to do, which I think it's an opportunity with these calls to create a community of learning about shared challenges and all. But we have a question.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. My name is Gurbir Bhular. My question about the solar panels. There was quite some discussion about using the other spaces available other than roofs or agricultural land. For example, rivers. So to have panels on rivers and streams. I know a few examples where they have tried these. Do you have any like plans to consider them in your analysis or not?
Thank you. So, if you want to,
So we are kind of energy source agnostic so far. It will be more kind of area specific, so I cannot answer your question. But in terms of kind of stakeholder engagement, so we have both kind of cross-scale elements. So there are a lot of co-production events being organized around this energy positive cities initiative, and I think the first step will be to kind of select which cities to engage with. And then I think another case study we're looking at is the Dogger Bank area shared between Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, UK, and maybe one more country. And there actually the plan towards the end of the project is to organize an art exhibition that our partner in IDOS in Germany plans to come create together with the local advocacy organizations that are working with the Dogger Bank. From my side, I'm more kind of on the opposite side of the scale. So for me, learning will be more around studying what countries report that they did in both kind of UNCBD and the UNFCCC, for example, in national communications, and then trying to kind of correlate that with what they actually plan to do in the future. So both conventions allow that systematic analysis, and AI, of course, to see kind of is there a learning basically on that policy level. So that's something also we're interested in.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Hi, I'm Neeraj Kheda from India. I just want to go back to the question that we've been discussing, this transformative change in structures, views, and processes. So I want to ask this group, how do you plan to bring transformative change in the views? And this is something what Mariana, you asked in between the question also, that views of not only the policy makers, but looking at the topics that this group is dealing with currently in the panel, views of the communities, especially with relation to this new kind of power and technologies. What kind of processes do you have in your projects inbuilt, whether it's related to engaging with educational institutions or community groups? So it would be good to know how these projects will handle these things different from the regular projects and really bring transformative change. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. In our project, we are so far planning to engage with the people that are directly involved with the planning processes. Those are the main stakeholder representatives we're planning to include. But I think what I've learned through our discussions at this meeting is that we are still at the point where we're selecting who will be involved in these co-creation processes, and I think it would be wise for us to include representatives of local communities or some of the local community members themselves. I think that's an important aspect to reach that goal of transformation.
Yeah, maybe I can also add, in our project, we are going to value give a value of biodiversity. We have experts, environmental economists, because currently we have biodiversity credit and also biodiversity bonds. But how much does the biodiversity cost? We have to value it. This is actually also a missing part. We are trying to get different environmental economics with valuation to lack the general participation from public opinions to give a valuation of the biodiversity loss or biodiversity benefits.
Okay. There is, I usually say that transformers transform, or butterflies, but society doesn't. There is no such thing as transformative societal change. Society changes, transitions over a long period of time, slowly. And it's the kind of little things that come up and create that change. I think also more about, for example, yesterday we heard Paula talk about the nexus, and climate risk was there as a strong negative factor, but climate policy is also has a potentially strong negative interaction with biodiversity protection. And a lot of kind of my own research has been around showing how even the kind of climate and sustainable development policies really lead to increased vulnerabilities, lead to the most vulnerable sharing the burden. So for me, I view it more as about kind of avoiding the worst, anticipating negative outcomes, alleviating effects on those who are the most vulnerable, and through that kind of slowly transition. But yeah, sorry for that.
Maybe to answer the river question, that's not a focus of our project, but it sounds very interesting, so I have to look that up. And then with regards to transformative change and engaging local stakeholders, in my case study, for instance, there is an NGO that actively tries to change how the installation and the property of that solar panel farms is changed. So for instance, through cooperatives. So from my point of view, this would be something that the project can engage with and actively support in order to foster transformative change within this energy system of solar parks.
Excellent. We have 5 minutes more, so if there are more questions. So one question here, more questions, and two.
Yeah, no, thanks. I guess my question was around, and I guess it was building on a little bit about what Adis was saying before, about understanding some of those interactions and how you're scaling up the learnings to sort of national scale, to sort of both public and private sector. And here I'm thinking particularly about how the food system also plays into these interactions where you're all considering potentially energy, climate, biodiversity interactions, but how do they play out with the food system? I know you've already talked a little bit about the fishes in the oceans, but on land, particularly where you're looking at solar farms rather than agrovoltaics. And I saw one of the placards, I think, was farmland in your project as well. So again, if you're scaling this up to national scale and you have food targets, I'm assuming, for all of these governments, as well as climate targets, as well as shifts to renewable energy, how do your projects deal with sort of the impact and recommendations of how do governments and private sector take into all of these goals into account simultaneously rather than just one at a time?
Maybe we can have the second question.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Chloe. I represent CNRS in France and Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. It's very far from my research and our project, and I was very amazed and surprised to see your maps with all their the orange areas in the wind farm between France and the UK, and I think UK has a huge energy crisis and the need to find solutions. First, I wanted to know who's going to benefit from those farms, first question. And second, I think for Biodiversa, if really the aim is to have a societal impact, we should communicate about that. People out there should know that these projects, research projects are happening. They should know that these development projects are happening, because I don't think people are aware, whether people from society and yeah, because probably, many people will have some things to say about this project as well. In relation to sense of place, you're talking about food systems, how that might interact with food systems, but sense of place and a lot of different dimensions to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe if there's the last question, and maybe do a round of final. There's a question there in the back.
I have a very practical question that relates to the previous question. I was really struck, there's a lot of work around wind farms, for instance. Now, my own organization in the Netherlands just granted a project of, I think it was 7 million on wind farms, and we had another one 2 years ago, and I'm 100% sure we're not the only funder in Europe doing this. So, from a practical point of view, instead of learning things from literature, from each other, from papers, how would you organize it within Europe in such a way that in real time we can learn what people are actually doing when projects are starting? Because there was a comment, nobody knows about these projects, which often is true if you go outside your bubble a little bit. So how could we better organize it? What would you need as researchers in order to make it a more, even not direct collaboration, but at least inform each other much better on the ongoing activities so that we don't duplicate things? Because the North Sea, where all of these wind farms are, it's like one huge living lab, for instance. So if you have opinions, I'd be interested.
Thank you. These are relevant questions. So maybe we do a final round of questions. How do you want to react to all these topics about social engagement and impact?
How to include food with the green energy transition was the question, right? So my institute actually actively looks into agrivoltaics. So we have a site on our right next to our office actually, where they look into that, and this is something that some of our partners also want to look into as an alternative. I think in some cases it's a bit difficult if you have to look at, you have to ask farmers essentially, like what do you want to do? Like, what's your identity? Does it change, for instance, if you produce energy and crops, or just energy and no crops? In my case study said the soil is very, very poor, so that actually influences, it's this illusion of choice. If you get 10 times the amount of money for your land, you might opt for energy production and not farming anymore. I don't think it plays a huge role with regards to like food security, but rather identity, sense of place, cultural landscape, appreciation of that landscape.
Thank you,
Ivan. So within the project, I think within the Dogger Bank, there is, of course, the fishery industry, there's tourism, gas, oil and gas, I think it's only natural gas, and now offshore wind that are kind of fighting for that space in a marine biodiverse area, I think it's designated as. So that's, I guess, one aspect within the project, to see how they are fitting all of those in. So what are the effects of the offshore wind on, for example, the fishery industry? But I think outside of the project, it's so difficult with the access to, like, there's no data to do that. But we, in a parallel project with my food system expert colleague Johanna here, we're trying to see how kind of extreme weather events are shaping countries from a food security perspective, and but here also at the national level. So what kind of dependencies do countries have from countries that are importing, both in kind of direct import, in transit around where the logistics come, where the supply chain travels, and also embedded in various products. So how dependent is Sweden on Brazilian soy, for example? So in that sense, those are things that we are kind of analyzing, but outside of the biodiversity angle, because it's just difficult.
Yeah, right. And in urban ocean, I think one of the main objectives is for us to sort of look into the marine spatial planning and the really sort of considering the seascape scale that's happening. And we're just learning about how fish migrate and the existence of these migratory corridors. People didn't know that. People thought fish migrated randomly in the ocean. They don't. They migrate in corridors just like birds, and get the marine spatial planning to understand that when they sort of develop the plans for these offshore wind. Another thing is important too when we talk about biodiversity. So if you listen to the industry, offshore wind industry, they always say about that we increase biodiversity, right? Because you get these reef effects, you get these biodiversity hotspots. But it's different between the right kind of biodiversity and the wrong kind of biodiversity. And in these areas, there shouldn't be any biodiversity hotspots. They can actually act as ecological traps for fish passing through them. And getting the sort of management and the spatial planning to understand those kind of aspects is a major goal of the project, I think, for us.
Thank you.
I can just briefly react to this suggestion of having like a platform to share ongoing projects. I have to define the scope a bit more clearly, if it would just be renewable energies in general or how broad the scope would be. But I could imagine some kind of cost action that could be a way to bring together many researchers on various projects and sharing their efforts, and potentially developing something like an interactive map so you could enter a few keywords to find the relevant projects that are ongoing. And if you want to get in touch with other researchers working on your topic, it may be a way to organize it through some kind of web platform.
Yeah. Our project have 6 small case studies, and also mentioned the upscaling from a large scale from those hotspot studies is very challenging because each country, each situation has its own context. For example, the hydropower experience from Sweden may not be, can be used in Spain, for example. We have partners from Moldova. They have a large expansion of biomass energy due to the well-known energy crisis in the past few years. Their experience of the biomass energy may not be can be used. But anyway, we are going to study how those affect like soil degradation, how the kind of monoculture situation. This, overall, maybe just to draw some lessons. And also the gentleman mentioned the solar panel over river. There indeed there's the expansion of the offshore solar panel in China, I know. Those can be also very useful experience that can be drawn to our project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So about your question about communication and how to make this maybe project more visible, that was also one of your questions. I fully agree with your comment on cost and maybe like an offshore platform or something like that. That would be a start, but since I have started the project, I've been in touch with many companies, wind companies. I've been in touch with many people within the field and outside the field. And indeed, there's a lack of understanding on, people are not aware of how far and how fast the wind is developing in the North Sea and what would be the consequences. So I agree that communication is really a big part, and not only scientific communication, not only the publication with high factor journals, but also really speaking with the people, and that's the challenge, I think.
Thank you. I think those are actually great last points to be made on how all this knowledge, all these questions that are behind the development of this project can be communicated in different ways. Now, if there's a collective possibility of writing, a newspaper article, or have more a social impact strategy to not only develop these valuable scientific knowledge, but make it more understandable for the public and the policy making. And the fact that we have policymakers here is also an opportunity to think how this can be made. So I think this call has these specific elements of policy impact and scientific excellency that we need to not only take as a challenge, but also an opportunity to learn from each other and communicate differently. So thank you very much for all your questions and comments, and I think we can close this panel and move to the next, now here, the key. Thank you.
All right, we are running a little bit ahead of time, and also thank to all of the projects, of course, for this great discussion. Before we go to the break, there is an important organizational point. We are going to take the group photo. Yes, the best agenda point for today. We are going to take the photo in the garden of the hotel on the first floor, so this floor. So please, before we go to the break, let's go outside and let's take a quick photo, and after that you can get a coffee. And of course, we will continue with the program, and we will be back in at 11:35 for the second session 2. So thank you very much. Okay, I think the break is over now. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you had the coffee and something to eat as well. All right, we are getting to the second session of the morning part of our meeting today. Just before we start with the introduction of the PIs and the projects, I would like to ask you for one little help for us regarding an organization and functional process. When we will distribute the mics for you for the Q&A session, please, we would like to ask you to please stand up and speak loudly to the mic, because we would like you to also be visible for others on the online Zoom. So please think of that. Thank you very much. And let's get into it. We have 7 projects actually in this second session, and I would like to invite them to the stage. So the first one is called ACT, Advancing a Transformative Governance Through Transboundary Conservation and Collaborative Learning, presented by Maja Vasiljevic. Please come to the stage. Yes, perfect. And the second project is ACT Sustainably, Enabling Transformative Action to Leverage Sustainability of Eurasian Grasslands. This one will be presented by Katarina Gugerel. Thank you. Then the other projects. Project Flood Train, From Knowledge to Action, Empowerment and Training of Floodplain Restoration Managers, presented by Astrid Schmidt-Kloiber. Project Worms Out Plus, Bearded Fireworm Invasion, Underwater Monitoring, Biodiversity and Social Impacts, Potential Industrial Implication and Mitigation Strategies, presented by Daniela Gianetto. Thank you. Redesign, Restoration and Depopulation Synergies for Nature, presented by Dominic Keim. The next project is Ice Bridge. It will be presented by Romain Chouffard. And the title of the project is Bridging Ice, Climate Technologies and Governance for Biodiversity in the Arctic. Thank you. And the last project will be PACE, Peace and Conservation of Ecology at Disputed Seas. And this one will be presented by Denise Margaret Matthias. And to moderate the session, we will have another member of the BiodiverTransform EVC, Mr. Osamu Saito from the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies in Japan. Thank you very much all, and let's get into it, starting with the ACT project. So please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning, good day, everyone. Our project includes 6 partners from Europe and South Africa. Wrong way. This way. Thank you. In the project, we are of course tackling biodiversity loss as a global major challenge, and we all know that inept governance is one of the main causes of this biodiversity loss, among many others. And in ACT, we are focusing on transboundary conservation governance, which is even more fragmented, and can be even more fragmented due to different disparities that you can see in the slide. So in the project, we assume that effective transboundary conservation governance leads to system-wide societal transformation to halt the loss of biodiversity. So we employ different innovative and also well-established methods, such as community dialogues, social sciences validity toolkit, and a diagnostic tool for transboundary conservation planners to address challenges and risks and opportunities in transboundary conservation governance, together with stakeholders working on knowledge co-production and shared learning and mutual understanding in 4 case studies in Europe and South Africa, and hopefully reaching impact with regards to stakeholder empowerment and conflict transformation, as well as improved transboundary strategies that can inform policies. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So I'm presenting Act Sustainably, Enabling Transformative Actions to Leverage Sustainability of Eurasian Grasslands. And Eurasian grasslands are among the largest continuous terrestrial ecosystems and simultaneously among the most threatened ones. They have been subject to large-scale transformations, degradations, and near-complete disappearance in many regions, despite continuous conservation policy action. Markets, land use, change, climate change, and institutional disruptions are prominent drivers, but the deeper causes lies in values, social norms, and in informal aspects. But these are most interventions that are not reached or targeted by policies. Act Sustainably builds on Donella Meadows' leverage points approach, and we work across the full scale from shallow leverage points like outcomes and patterns, all the way down to the deep ones, to the worldviews, values that are actually underpinning human-nature relations. And our hypothesis is that we need to address those deep leverage points to really unfold transformative change. In any other way, we would remain in adaptation strategies. We work in 5 very different socio-institutional contexts, reaching from Austria to Italy, Denmark, Hungary, Kazakhstan, collaborating directly with local communities, farmers, knowledge holders, such as herders, to understand informal values, local practices, plural diversity values. Why are we doing that? Actually, what we're trying to do is to link policy action and institutional change with those deeper leverage points and aspects of values and worldviews. What is imaginary? Together with actors, we co-develop future scenarios using the 3 horizons approach, and we also combine that with the agri-socioeconomic pathways. So in a nutshell, what we heard yesterday, changing practices, structures, and worldviews, I think that the project very well resonates to that part, and I already see that the person's here getting nervous, so I'm stopping over here. Thank you so much.
So from grasslands, we move on to rivers. I have the pleasure to introduce Flood Train to you, and here are my lovely cooperators on the project. And I'll show you a river here, and this is how we mainly manage rivers nowadays. We constrain them, we disconnect them from their floodplains, and we use them as channels for drainage, for flood control, and also for, like you can see here, navigation. And most people outside the scientific aquatic bubble do not even know that rivers are much more than that, and that they actually look very different in a natural state. And this is where we have the natural state of a river. This is a healthy river, and the healthy river is basically connected to its floodplains, which means the water can spread and infiltrate. And then this also means that we have reduced floods, that we have improvement of water quality, that we have carbon storage, and we also create with this more habitats for biodiversity. So if we disconnect the rivers from the floodplains, we lose all these functions, and vice versa. If we start restoring our wetlands, then we can recreate these benefits both for people and nature. And the question is not how does it work? It works, but the question is how can we make it work in practice? And this is actually where FloodTrain comes in. FloodTrain is a project where we want to build practical capacity for restoration managers or for professionals working with restoration. And we are building up an online academy where we provide courses on different topics that are related to restoration issues, and with that, we support EU restoration goals, we build professional capacity, we deliver benefits for society, and of course we also help biodiversity. Sorry for being too long, and thanks.
Oh, I managed it. So, hello everyone. First of all, I'm not the coordinator, so I'm here on behalf of the coordinator, that is the OGS, Michela. I think she's online. Hi. So, to understand the roadmap of our project, first of all, we need to, maybe understand, yes. We need to look at the unit crisis that we are facing, and it is the rapid invasion of this sympathetic, you can see, no, you cannot see, sorry. The Hermodice carunculata is a thermophilic species of annelide that is becoming invasive in many Mediterranean areas due to the warming sea. So what makes this crisis particularly interesting is that we are not dealing with a normal non-native species, but it is a native species that is reaching a normal density and is causing cascading effect on the Mediterranean marine ecosystem. So what we know so far, the invasion has multiple impacts. As you can see, if I change, the first, the ecological impact. This predator is destabilizing the marine ecosystem, especially the benthic community. The second is the public health impact, because this species has toxic bristles that are increasing, cause injury to swimmers and divers. And the third is the fishery economy impact, because the species is damaging the catch and reducing the income of the small local small fishers. So our approach, how you can see from the last part of the slide, is to tackle this problem in an integrated way. We will try to combine a large-scale monitoring of fireworm abundance, including citizen science and stakeholders' knowledge, together with with ecological tool as genetic, isotope, and also predictive modeling analysis in order to assess the effect and predict the impact of this species. Thus, we also aim to develop concrete mitigation strategy by exploring innovative containing and mitigation approach and try to turning a threat into an opportunity. Thank you.
happy to be here and to present. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and to present on behalf of Redesign Consortium. As you can see, we cover a large portion of Europe. And we deal with rural depopulation. And dear colleagues, actually, there's no better place to talk about rural depopulation than the Azores. The Azores lost about 25% of the inhabitants over the last 60 years. This is a lot. And actually, this is quite common in rural Europe. So in our project, we want to focus on the relation between the population and the land use changes, which are affecting the biodiversity. And actually, the relations are not so straightforward. So usually, we think that less people means a better position for the biodiversity. But actually, if you think about, for instance, traditionally managed grasslands, it doesn't look so. So less people mean actually that they will disappear. So I hope we will be able to provide interesting results. And I wish you all the best to all the projects. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm presenting IceBridge. The Arctic Ocean is projected to be ice-free in the next 20 to 30 years. And more than a climate crisis, this is also, or Arctic summer sea ice decline has direct consequences for marine biodiversity and ecosystems. So in response, sea ice geoengineering technologies have moved from proposals in early field tests to see whether it's possible to thicken the ice, enhance the structural coherence of sea ice, and eventually increase the albedo effect. In other words, transformative changes. Yet these technologies or these inventions, they advance in a fragmented governance space. And international biodiversity regimes does not really address the specific conditions of Arctic marine environment or biodiversity risks of sea ice repair, sea ice geoengineering. So in IceBridge, we aim to address this gap. And the project looks at three Arctic Ocean large marine ecosystems, as you can see on the slide. The Beaufort Sea, the Barents Sea, and the Central Arctic Ocean. We integrate legal and governance analysis with sea ice modeling and long-term biodiversity data and spatial planning for understanding how localized Arctic climate interventions can be implemented responsibly, equitably, and in alignment with biodiversity conservation and climate justice and sustainability principles. One component to that is justice-oriented approach, and as a result, the project also embeds the rights of indigenous peoples and human rights to weave in diverse knowledge systems into governance design and to create anticipatory governance for these kind of activities. So looking forward to some questions, and thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and also happy, or depending on your mood, happy or sad Earth Day today. So I am presenting the PACE project. So in English it's space, but actually PACE is an Italian word for peace. And the project is on peace and conservation of ecology at disputed seas. So this is the South China Sea. And you probably heard of what happened in the Strait of Hormuz, where the war in Iran actually blocked trade. And the South China Sea is where 40% of external trade of Europe goes through. But it also forms part of the Coral Triangle, so it's a high biodiversity area. And the South China Sea is actually being claimed by different countries. So we have China, we have Vietnam, we have Malaysia, we have Brunei, Philippines, and as well as Taiwan. And because of this territorial claim, countries actually stake the claim by doing reclamation or infrastructure development, such as the Gavin Reef artificial island by China on the South China Sea, which brought some marine ecological harm. But also, this dispute in the South China Sea is bringing different tensions in the region. So for example, in 2013, during the arbitration case at UNCLOS that was brought by the Philippines against China, you can see that a restaurant in Beijing says that citizens of Japan and the Philippines are not allowed to eat here. But also, we want to acknowledge that we should not take this conflict as an excuse to actually promote xenophobia. Because we can also see, for example, in 2020, that a restaurant in Vietnam was also saying that we can't accept Chinese customers. So for our project, we want to see the transformative potential of peace building for biodiversity conservation in this maritime area. So my last words would be, make peace, not war. Thank you.
Thank you very much all for 7 presentations. So before we open the floor for the question and the comments, I would like to ask you first one. I'd like to ask 2 questions, and you can respond one of those or 2 of those. The first one is that based on the transformative change kind of theory we heard since yesterday, I think one of the key points is approaching root causes or indirect drivers. So in your project, how you approach root causes or indirect drivers in your project. And then second question is that also maybe Denise already mentioned about some sort of the justice and the equity issues. But in your project, is there any issues relating to the equity and justice? So if you can, anticipate some of those equity and justice issues, please talk a little bit, meet your context of the project. Yeah. So that's 2 questions, and you can respond either one or both. So maybe this way, from Maya.
Thank you very much. Well, I will respond to the second question on the issue of equity, and in particular, for example, in the case study on. Oh, sorry, was I supposed to stand up somewhere? No. Okay, thank you. Sorry. So we have a case study in north of Norway and Finland called Pasvik Inari, which is a transboundary conservation area where we have involved, where we have indigenous peoples, Sami, in the project. And we are looking specifically at how they are involved in decision making in the protected areas, and in how they are involved in governance of the transboundary conservation area. So this is tackling in a way also the issue of equity, as this area is also on their traditional land, basically. Thank you.
I would like to respond to, or start with question 1, the question on addressing the root causes. What we are trying to do in Act Sustainably is really to work across this full leverage point scale from the Donella Meadows, and what we have seen is the tricky part is really to address the ones that are in the deeper leverage part of the scale. And what we see in biodiverse, well, in conservation, pretty much what is addressed or where it's easier is on the shallow part. So what we're trying to do is actually to link and integrate those deeper parts of the values, the practices on informalism into the institutional resource regimes approach, which is a very European framework, and that already brings us to the first deviation in the project, because actually we have to decolonize it to some degree, which is interesting and also challenging conceptually, but I think this is important also to get a better grip on these parts of of the system. Because what we see is, for example, that environmental funding schemes do not always reach, for example, farmers that have a stronger intrinsic approach to maintaining certain grassland types. So I think that's crucial. I think that's part of our work, and I'm very enthusiastic actually that we got funding to do this research. The justice part, yes, it's the question. I think we are more on the procedural side. We're not very much talking about distribution, so rather more procedural aspects and probably recognition and corrective.
I have to say, in the flood train, we are very European-centric, so which means also our partners are from Central Europe, so we we will not tackle specific equity and justice problems, but we are building up an online academy, and hearing what was said here the last days, I even consider to have a learning module on how to actually integrate such problems into our academy, or how to, maybe we can provide some learning outputs so that people who work on the ground with these topics can have a kind of guidance how to tackle these issues. But it's not in the plan up to now, but yeah, it is very inspiring here, and maybe we just take this up.
Thank you.
I will mix both of them in the response, if it's okay. So just tell something about our project. So we are not only European partners, but also there is Tunisia, that is one of the fundamental partners in our consortium. So, and not only Mediterranean, but also Romania is inside. They will care of the digital part, especially. I was trying to understand, to connect the equity to our project. You can see something related more to biodiversity, but I was thinking when the fishers and the tourists are happy, maybe there is equity also. Let me say this, because what is happening, especially in the Sicilian part, because this project is a continuation of an ongoing project by the coordinator that I mentioned before. On local scale, especially in the Mediterranean area, Sicilian fishermen are really dealing with this problem, the problem of the expansion of these species, and this creates problem not only by an economical point of view, but is also for social, because there are people that are working and their income is fully coming from fishers. For this, I was thinking, equity and equality maybe can be connected, or our project can be connected to this. And I would like also to, it's something off topic, but the gender dimension is also important in our project. We didn't do on purpose, but mostly of us are female, so we are happy about this. Some of the male contributors are quite, they are afraid maybe to speak one way because of the girl powers, so we are also happy about this. Thank you.
Dominic?
I think I can try with this one. I think it works. If I could, I would refer to the question of drivers. We have a partner doing research in rural France, which is depopulating. And in one part of the area, you have increase in land use intensity, and in the other part, you have decrease in land use intensity. Both are actually quite negative for the biodiversity related to the agricultural landscape. But where are the drivers? So on the one side, when you have increase in intensity, it's because of the great soils. So even people are out migrating, actually the other are leasing the land and still using it intensively. So the driver would be probably related to the markets. And in the second case, actually they did a research which was typical for the social science, like interviews, and they realized that people are leaving the village if the school is closed. So if there is a school in the village, people are still willing to stay. So what is good for the biodiversity in that case would be actually to have the school in the village, which is not so straightforward. So what I want to say is that we really need a wide range of methods to analyze these drivers, from social science to ecological methods.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll tackle question 2, which seems to be a bit easier to tackle for this project. So I think with equity and justice, I think within IceBridge, what we're trying to really think about is how to include rights of indigenous peoples and human rights into governance processes, especially when it comes to biodiversity, and to go beyond just this inclusion in decision making. For example, if you look at CBD Article 8J, which is the inclusion of indigenous knowledge in biodiversity decision-making, it's really only focused about an activity that's already taking place, and then there's an opening for dialogue once that decision has already been made, sort of thing. And I think we have to, for geoengineering specifically, and for those targeted localized CIS interventions, I think we have to go beyond that, and we have to think, how do we include indigenous knowledge, indigenous rights, and also human rights in the design of the governance processes themselves. And I think we have models, for example, in the Arctic, where there's some governance mechanisms that already sort of do that for specific issues. I'm thinking of the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, for example. And how do we think of connecting those issues a bit better? And what kind of work is necessary to be done to connect rights of indigenous peoples to biodiversity governance and specific activities as well. So yeah, so up top of my head, that's how I would connect these issues.
Thank you. Denise?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think I would just like to share how the project Pache was conceptualized. So I have a current project ongoing on the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve Palawan in the Philippines. And during the course of a field work, I came across the sentiments of the common folk or the local people in the market. And they were saying, how come the government is now pivoting to the US? They're just angering China even more. And that's why we can no longer fish, because China is patrolling the waters, etc. And for me, it was a question that, hold on the macro level, of course, they want, the Philippine government wants to assert its territorial right to the South China Sea. But on the micro level, the people themselves are saying, hold on, what is the impact of this government policy of being very assertive for the territorial rights and actually blocking our access to fishing grounds? Not just blocking, but there are also instances of very violent collision in the South China Sea. And this is where I saw the importance really of having the project conceptualized at the very beginning based on what is happening on the ground. But also at the same time, I also connected with the Foreign Affairs, Department of Foreign Affairs, and they also mentioned they're in charge. These are areas which are relatively remote. So they are in charge, for example, of cases of poaching. So they would sometimes catch poachers from not just China, but from Vietnam. And therefore, our project also tries to look at the role of science diplomacy in this issue of conservation in this maritime area. So you have some high level, but also we have those we call the common folk as part of our, I don't really like the word stakeholders, no? I think some of you are aware that I think the anthropologists no longer want to use the term stakeholder, but in any case, these are the actors that we want or we are currently already involving in the project. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to open the floor. So is there any questions from the floor? Please. Yep. There are two hands. So maybe, yeah, we're going to hear two questions and then, yeah, you can respond. Yeah, please.
So my name is Matthias Noll, very interesting talks. I have a question concerning the biodiversity assessment. Do you do this by DNA-based approaches? Sounds like this grassland and the worms. So I'm just curious because I also use DNA-based approaches.
Okay, about the biodiversity assessment. And then second, yeah, please.
Hi, I was just
wondering, I feel like all projects are dealing with issues that, as it is said in the first project, are quite transboundary, and I was wondering how you are going to address these issues that don't really necessarily respect borders, or where borders are actually the issue. In the current geopolitical climate, how do you, as you so nicely put, climate and biodiversity diplomacy, how do you address that within your projects? How do you make them work in such a transboundary manner in general?
Thank you very much. So it's, I think, quite relevant questions about cross-boundary and cross-scale issues. So
I can start if you want. So for the assessment, each country will do in every country, of course. Next week we will have the first kick-off meeting, so we will finally decide, how to start. But we will involve the fishermen during the sampling, the catchment of the sampling. At the same time, we will also monitor all the biodiversity by the quadrant and the diving, so it will be a hard job, for during the sampling. Every season we will do for 1 year at least. But at the same time, together with the bio-assessment, we will also fully involve the fishermen, the tourists, all the association and the local stakeholders. Now I need to use this. All the local community, let's say this, by questionnaire and especially citizen science. There is already an application that was launched during the first project I mentioned before, and we will improve this app of citizen science and try to involve also people to understand the real expansion of this species. In this moment, we can say that just in Spain and Italy, there are, there is some data on the real expansion of the species, but for example, I represent Turkey here. For Turkey, when they asked me, do you want to be involved in this project, we say, yes, we have this species, it's a native species, but still the fishermen are not so, they say, yes, there is this worm. The Turkish name is the sea monster, translated in Turkish, is fantastic. For them it's a monster that affects them, but still we don't know, how much is the expansion and so on. So we will start from the beginning in Turkey and also in Tunisia, sorry. For French and for Slovenia, the species is not still there, so it will be a kind of first try to to find the first record of the species, because it's not still along the coast of France, especially, and and Slovenia. So yes, it will be a bio assessment. So on. For the second question, or we will. I can.
If you.
Okay. For our side, for Warm South project, for more South Plus project, this transnational, transborder is not a problem, let me say, because as I say, all partners will make their own sampling, will involve their own local community, so I think we will not have this kind of, limit in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, regarding the DNA monitoring, no, we're not using that. We are actually relying on floristic sampling and plant sociology. They'll be also connecting to previous Biodiversa Plus project, the G4B project, and the Alpmima project, where we have also been involved. So actually, we can also build already on material and expand that one. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question on boundaries. It's for our project. It is actually very good question because we tackle 2 case studies. One in Norway and Finland, and another one in Romania, border with Ukraine. where due to current geopolitical situation, concretely the Ukrainian war, there have been changes in transboundary governance. And this is exactly what we want to look at in these case studies, to see how this armed conflict has impacted transboundary conservation governance. In particular, in Pasvik, Inari, in Norway and Finland, this was a trilateral site together with Russia. But due to this situation, there is no more cooperation with Russia. So from trilateral sites, we now have bilateral site. After years of building trust and getting to an agreement for cooperation, now we have to actually abandon this and go for another approach. So this will be interesting to see how it affects the governance. Yes, thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much for the question of scales and governance. I think I could answer your question two ways. I think first, the first way in Icebridge is the way we've been trying to conceptually think about it and think about marine governance as more than just the governance of the ocean and governance of the sea, and also link biodiversity concern to climate change and climate concerns. So that's perhaps a bit more of a conceptual answer to your question. I think a bit more practically in terms of how do we go beyond the boundaries. I think it's first, and again, this might be a two-step answer, but I think the first one is really to think about what are the limits of the current governance that we have when we look at law of the sea and ocean management, when we look at climate law and the climate regime, when we look at biodiversity or the biodiversity regime, which some of us heard about yesterday as well, and what is problematic in thinking about these in a spatialized manner as well. I think the way we've tried to go around this is to work with this concept of large marine ecosystems. But at some point, and that was a concept developed by the Protection of the Arctic Marine Environment, which is a working group of the Arctic Council, so splitting the Arctic Ocean in several regions, let's say, more large marine ecosystems. I think obviously this is problematic as well, because for governance purposes, you always have to bond your object, you have to create boundaries to think about how to govern it. But I think in the project, definitely we're trying to think beyond that and the interconnections between those large marine ecosystems as well. We picked three, which is, as I said, the Beaufort Sea, which is the Canadian archipelagos, let's say, and adjacencies, the Barents Sea, which is around Svalbard, and then the Central Arctic Ocean. You can connect them if you want to, and I guess the sea also, I mean the ocean is connected in that way. So I think there are ways of trying to go around those kind of bonded imaginaries that governance forces upon us, but it's also, I think it's on us to try to think otherwise, I guess, which is a fluffy answer to your question. Apologies.
Thank you.
And so I have a question online from Juana Marinho to all of you. What kind of indicators have you planned to measure the project's socio-ecological impact?
Thank you. That's a bit heavy question, maybe.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, could you repeat?
So what kind of indicators have you planned to use or to rely on to measure the impact, the socio-ecological impact of your projects?
Yep. Yeah, potential indicators you would like to measure the impact.
I mean, measuring impacts of a 3-year project is quite ambitious, let's call it like that. And there is a lot of research going on at the moment in how we're measuring impacts in transdisciplinary research. And what we do see is that you can measure in different forms. So within the project, within the scope of the spatial context or beyond. And I think it would be a little bit, at least from my humble perspective, I think impacts probably unfold very much beyond our project scales. I think it's crucial to keep them in mind. I think we can measure to some degree or assess to some degree, for example, in terms of procedural justice, that we are including marginalized voices to make sure that those people are heard, that they have a say. We can probably plan for sustainability, so our projects taken over by local stakeholders, even though we shouldn't use the name anymore, by local actors or groups, so that actually things can actually continue. With 3-year project durations, I find it very difficult to see long-term impacts. I think we can plan for them, we can anticipate them to some degree, and involve people actually from on the ground and from the regions to be part of that. And I think this is also part of this transdisciplinarity and transdisciplinary approach to actually make sure that research really unfolds actionable knowledge and change on the ground. But it might happen even though that our project is not there anymore.
Yeah. Thank you. Since we are running out of time, so please make it short. But this is final round. Yeah, so please try to respond to that question as a kind of final comment.
I just want to echo what Katharina was saying. So our projects are much too short, and the issue is really that we keep our topics in the minds of people. So I think we can also do this through not only including actors on the ground, but also using all kind of dissemination activities, just that these topics remain in the minds of the people, so that we, at the end, might reach some change.
Thank you.
Just one sentence. We have a package called socio-economic impact. So one working package will be dedicated to the socio-economic impact. And we have 2 partners who will dealing with this. As I mentioned again, by questionnaire, not only to fishermen, also to diving center, tourism, and also to citizen, and try also to economize the cost of the impact, especially. For example, one important point that cannot be considered maybe during the, but we will also check, is the time that the fishermen spend to put off from the net the loss of fish caused by the species and by the invasion of these species, and also the extra fuel that they spend to find a place where the species is not so present, where the density are not so high, and they can catch easily the fish. So.
I will not be very original, so I will agree that actually 3 years is not much time to assess the impact. But actually, I have a feeling that maybe the local actors that we will work with, they will simply tell us whether they think this is useful for them. So if there is any impact or not, I hope they will.
Yeah, thank you. Socio-ecological indicators is a big one as well. I think I'm going to agree with the rest of the panelists. I think one metric that we could use to gauge the success of the project would be whether rights holders, to not use the word stakeholders, but rights holders are involved in the project, and to what extent we can implement free, prior, or like notion of free, prior, and informed consent in those projects as well. So that, I think that would be a good successful socio-ecological indicator, and to what extent implementing a indigenous rights-based approach or a human rights-based approach in those projects also contribute to enhancing biodiversity in a way. So looking at both angles, and I think those 2 could be good indicators to think about the project.
Yes. Yeah, so thank you. And I think everyone's correct about the impact being difficult to measure within 3 years. But for us, and I think this was anyway a requirement, right, of the call, that it's a transdisciplinary team. So we have an oceanographer team in National Taiwan Ocean University, which will be taking care of the ecological indicators, fishing, etc. But we also have the social indicators that our partner in Leiden University will be taking care of. But what the project will do is to actually try to unite these 2 into a social ecological indicator, because they can separately, of course, we just say it's a social indicator and it's an ecological indicator. And what we want to see using this two separate data and uniting this data would be to see the interconnections of how much fish stocks there are, for example, but at the same time, how is this related to fishing activities of the different claimant countries and their coastal communities. And so this will be somewhat an example of how we will approach the social ecological indicator impact, probably to be continued. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I totally agree that the impact is actually something that is going to be measured later, not within these three years. And but one of the indicators that could be used to measure this impact is the adoption, in our case, is the adoption of concrete transboundary conservation strategies for 4 sites. If they are adopted and agreed with all the actors on the ground, then this is something that can have long-term impact on the operational management of the site, but also on policy levels as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All 7 presenters have shown the very insightful the comments from the questions from the floor. So I don't want to, shorten your lunchtime. So now I'd like to conclude this session. But I think this kind of questions, some key words, and all those may be useful for the afternoon sessions, I hope. And also look forward to the further collaboration across the project. And then maybe eventually you can propose some, joint journal, special feature or something jointly, and then look forward to the further progress of the project. So thank you very much, and I pass on to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Osamu, and the 7 representatives of the projects. It's lunchtime, and yeah, it's time to go to eat something. We will be back at 13:45, so please be here. And yeah, thank you very much for your attendance so far. Let's go for lunch. Thank you. All right. Hello again. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to continue after the lunch with 3 more sessions of the funded project presentations. And without further ado, let's get into the 3rd session, where we will have actually, again, 7 projects. One of them will be an actually recorded presentation, because the representatives of this project are not on site. But let's get into it. So if I could ask to again invite to the stage the following projects and representatives. The first project is called, the acronym is PEACE, Participatory Engagement for Adaptation and Conservation Efforts. This will be presented by Björn Follan, please. The second project is CoexHub, leveraging transformative capacities for the governance of human-bear coexistence in Europe, an integrated socio-ecological institutional approach, presented by Stefano Civitarese Matteucci. Thank you. The third project is Biodiversity, a roadmap for fostering human-wildlife coexistence in greening cities, presented by Johanna Enquist. The next project is Tidelines, Transformative Change and Innovations for Diverse Beach Ecosystems and Sustainable Livelihoods through Enhanced Wreck Management Strategies, presented by Jan Niklas Macher. The next project is actually the online one, or the already pre-recorded presentation, the MPA for Fish, Social Ecological Planning of No-Fishing MPAs to benefit fisheries, and it will be presented by Loic Sanchez. The next project is Path Change, Pathways of Constructive Conflict Transformation to Foster Transformative Change in Wetland Restoration, presented by Diana Hummel. And the last but not least, Power Shift, Understanding and Shifting Power in Biodiversity Conservation by Integrating Insights from Social Change Movements, presented by Juliette Young. Thank you very much. And to moderate the session, Ronit Amit from Centro di Investigación en Biodiversidad y Ecológica Tropical from, of course, the BiodiverTransform EVC, the evaluation committee. So let's start with that, and let's start with the Peace Project, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, our Peace Project starts with the assumption or the problem existing in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa that conservation was successful, so a lot of elephants and big predators are coming back, and we are investigating this in a specific corridor in the Greater Limpopo area, where between national parks now more wildlife is expected to interact with local communities. Now, what does it mean for local communities when elephants come into their vicinity, so in their eat the crops or destroy the crops? That means oftentimes like a big loss of income for the families, but also anxiety about their future. Will they also invest more in land? Is it safe to stay here? So there's a lot of potential problems that also relate to the conservation attitude that people might have then in the future. So are they still in favor of conservation activities when these human-wildlife interactions happen? So we approach this with 3 different steps. So we do a lot of biodiversity monitoring to inform people about what kind of animals are likely to walk and pass through. We help them also in the interpretation of what this means. When we enter the stage of deliberation, where communities in one area where they do the deliberation are supported by something we call a transdisciplinary panel, and which is experts and practitioners from the area that basically in an iterative process help to come up with we hope legitimate solutions that are kind of born by the local communities in how they would kind of want that this human-wildlife interaction can be mitigated. Right, so that was basically it, the stop.
As usual. Good afternoon. Yes, that's the acronym and the project. You can see the partners. I'm Stefano Citarese, by the way. And so I'll start with a catchphrase and I'll finish with another catchphrase. So what's COEX-Hub? I would say it's something like 3 bare landscapes, 1 European question. This is the first catchphrase. So we start from a simple, maybe, challenge, but a challenge that resonates, I would say, far beyond birds. When wildlife returns, and the same question I would as before, can our landscapes, our communities, and our institutions adapt quickly enough? That's the main question. And we use, as you can see, 3 very different bird realities as living laboratories across South Europe, West and South Europe. In the Apennines, only about 50 to 60 birds remain, so the challenge here is about survival. In the Cantabrian Mountains, the population is recovering, and the challenge is to enable expansion while keeping coexistence, socially acceptable. In Slovenia, where there are around 1,000 birds, relatively small area, so high density. The challenge is to manage success, or what kind of success. It's also disputed over the long term. So our project connects ecology, local knowledge, and institutional analysis to answer three quite practical questions. Where coexistence is mostly likely to work? What makes coexistence socially legitimate? And how policy can support it from local EU level? I'm going to finish in 20 seconds. So scientifically, we will identify priority areas and leverage points for coexistence. Societally, we want to reduce conflict and strengthen legitimacy for biodiversity recovery. From a policy perspective, we will translate local lessons into recommendations that can inform governance well beyond these three regions. So the broader message is this, and the final catchphrase: if Europe can learn how to live with birds, it can build a stronger model for biodiversity recovery in human-dominated landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Johan Enquist. I'm presenting on behalf of Erika van Essen, who's the PI of this project. We have a consortium with Swedish, South African, Belgium, and German partners. Yesterday, we heard about the elephant in the room, how can we make sure that the public and politicians are actually kind of aware of and thinking about our issues. Well, one way that biodiversity puts itself in our space of awareness is by wildlife that enters urban spaces. And what our project is looking at is this, essentially, urban wildlife dilemmas. And we're approaching this from a starting point of looking at it as a kind of a challenge that needs ground rules. We're trying to develop an interspecies etiquette through kind of three approaches. We're looking at it from a relationality perspective, where we need to understand both why wildlife is entering cities, but also how humans are adapting and what their attitudes are in this context. We're looking at stewardship initiatives, both informal ones, where residents are getting involved, and also how formal authorities are responding. This can sometimes be something that's really helpful, but also sometimes that causes problems because it's sort of poorly directed or misguided and kind of hugging animals to death in a sense. And the last component here is wildlife literacy, where we look at sort of both knowledge about wildlife and ecosystems, which is needed to do this in a better way, but then also understanding where do people get information from, what counts as legitimate knowledge, who is sort of defining who belongs in the city and why, and sort of what level of misinformation is going on. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Thanks.
Hello. So Tidelines is all about beach ecosystems. Why beach ecosystems? Because beaches are globally common. Roughly 40% of all people live within 100 kilometers from a coast. Roughly 30% of all global coastlines are sandy beaches. But traditionally, they are not regarded as ecosystems. Probably many of you also think that a beach mostly looks like this, right? But a natural beach in most parts of the world actually looks like that. So you have a dune system or a backshore vegetation, and you have a developed wrack band. Wrack is seaweed mostly that is washed ashore and dries on the beach. But in many places, because you can earn a lot of money with beaches, we turn beaches into these yellow strips of sand because we clean them with heavy machinery to remove wrack because it gets smelly, it doesn't look nice. And people like to sunbath on a clean beach. Now, in Tidelines, we try to change that using an integrative approach incorporating social science, ecology, so a very heavy ecology component actually, and policy making to turn beaches back into something that can be used by people but that also allows for wreck and biodiversity on the beach, which is very important because if you remove wreck, you actually lose many functions of the beach ecosystems. For example, the backshore vegetation will not develop anymore because it doesn't get organic input anymore. So basically the natural fertilizer is gone. Dunes can't grow anymore because sand is not caught by the vegetation drying on the beach. So in the end, we hope to influence policy on a local level in South Africa, Brazil, Spain, Denmark, and the Netherlands, so that local policymakers see the value of wreck on beaches and allow this scenario to develop. Thanks.
Yes, so I'm happy to present our project Path Change, which consists of 5 European partners. So restoration projects in the context of wetland restoration are frequently contested due to land use conflicts resulting from diverse interests and knowledge and values of very heterogeneous stakeholders, as well as fragmented policies and incoherent governance structures. And against this background, our project aims to produce actionable knowledge for constructive conflict transformation in the context of wetland restoration. These conflicts which are caused by the incoherent policies and the land use conflicts. So our basic assumption is that transformative change in wetland restoration can be achieved by acknowledging and constructively engaging with its inherently conflictual character and thereby creating new opportunities for constructive change. So our main objectives are to identify success factors for constructive conflict transformation, to increase the governance coherence for biodiversity positive wetland restoration, and to create visions and pathways for constructive conflict transformation, and to integrate transdisciplinary and transnational knowledge. So we conduct case studies empirical case studies of wetlands in Germany, Belgium, Romania, and Spain. And in stakeholder workshops at the case study sites, we co-create visions and pathways that help to balance the competing interests with the aim to empower the participants to find opportunities for dealing with the conflicts. And in our transdisciplinary and transnational synthesis, we focus on transferring and scaling up the project's results at the European level. And so our project seeks to inform the policy at the national and European level. Oh. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Next. Is it not me? It's not me. No. It's me. It's you. Sorry.
Great, thank you very much. I'm quite short. Okay, great. So I'm presenting the Power Shift project on behalf of my colleague Lou Lécuyer, who unfortunately can't be with us today. And it's a project with co-coordinators from Austria, Germany, and Sweden. And it's one of those projects where we're going to have to spell check everything because of the F. Okay, never mind. The project asks, what does it take for biodiversity and conservation to become a real social movement? So across the world we see, there was cool animation here, but that hasn't worked, never mind. So across the world we see loads of initiatives working closely with local communities to achieve better outcomes for biodiversity, and that's great. And we're going to work with case studies looking at conflict situations with like wolves in Italy, snow leopards in the Himalayas, and lions in Tanzania. We also know that there are loads of networks working at the international level, doing amazing things with things things like participation, ethics, justice, conservation practice. It's wonderful. And again, we're going to work with quite a few of them seriously, like the Large Carnivore Initiative, the Ethical Conservation Alliance, and the Wildlife Conservation Network. But although loads of actions going on, progress is happening, etc., biodiversity, as we've heard already, remains quite low on political agendas compared to other social movements. So we ask the question, what if the challenge isn't actually a lack of action at all, because clearly lots is happening, but a lack of strategic alignment across all these initiatives? And what if that lack of alignment isn't at all about coordination problems, but actually a question of power, as the name of the project implies? And so we ask, how is power actually distributed across actors and scales? How does it shape interactions, influence, and decision-making? And what we're going to do is we're going to integrate insights from social change movements, combining comparative research, lots of reflective practice, and engagement with practitioners and policymakers to explore how a better understanding of power across scales can actually support more aligned, more strategic, and who knows, maybe transformative conservation efforts. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. The last presenter would be online. Let's see if we can connect for the project MPA for Fish. Just a second.
I'm Luis Sanchez. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at North University in Norway, coordinating the MPA for Fish project. So, facing a pervasive loss of biodiversity and a steep decline of fisheries catches that threaten both the ecosystems and coastal communities, the current paradigm is that researchers propose and implement marine protected areas while fishermen exploit these stocks. These areas are nature-based solutions where different activities and passage may be prohibited. For instance, if no fishing is allowed, it is called a no-take MPA. This creates a conflict with the fishermen, since there is no ownership of sea areas such as on land, and it might be viewed as a confiscation of the communities they extract from the area. MPA for Fish is a project that will help shifting this paradigm to one that promotes fishermen agency in area-based conservation and fisheries management. To this end, our first goal is to quantify how and map where protected areas enter local communities through spillover at global, regional, and local scale. Indeed, when an area is efficiently protected, fish may reproduce and grow to larger individuals that will then spread to surrounding waters, thus tackling the issue of declining fisheries and promoting the resilience of the ecosystem in the face of climate change. Then, through both ecological and sociological case studies in the partner countries, we will use the locally acquired knowledge to involve local communities in the creation of marine protected areas, no-take marine protected areas. This will also be achieved through a specific work package aimed to design financing solutions for these protected areas. Thank you for listening.
Well, congratulations for all the winning projects for this call. And in this panel, we have a lot of subjects about conflict management, negotiation, resolution, and coexistence also. So I would like to make a first question, and then I will go through the public. But beyond the quality of the science and the impact that were assessed on the call, the innovation was the other component that all the projects that are funded have something special. And I would like to give you the chance to explain a little bit more about that twist, that originality that you are offering in your projects. So we can start on this way. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think in our project we have a process of steps that are in itself maybe not innovative, but maybe taking them together, we believe it's quite innovative. So maybe one thing to highlight would be the way we do the deliberation. We use citizen juries ideas, so where the selection is randomly, so we don't ask people who wants to join and we make a workshop, but we rather try to have a census of the people in the area and then basically randomly select, and we believe this kind of ensures a certain quota that everybody is represented, young, gender, different occupations, and it's not like the same people showing up for meetings that usually go there. Yeah, so we believe that increases legitimacy, and that would be one innovative step in our proposal.
Okay, yes, very difficult question. I would say, I just reiterate what we put in the project to convince maybe the reviewers. I think the novelty is to bring together 3 different research streams and trying to translate both ecological, biological knowledge and this involvement of community, so the classic coexistence kind of approach with legal institutional approach. So to translate all that into something which can be partly at least a kind of regulatory toolkit, conceived something like a bottom-up process, so to tailor this regulatory toolkit to the actual different situations, but the challenge is to build something also that can be used in other kinds of similar situations. Thank you.
Sure. I have 3 things I wanted to mention that's kind of innovative. The first one is the relationality or the kind of co-adaptation lens that we take, where this is something that we see as we need to understand both the wildlife in cities and also then humans. So looking at that as a kind of co-adaptation challenge, I think is a new perspective. Wildlife in cities is often something that's dealt with kind of reactively. Cities aren't really built for wildlife, so authorities often treat it as something that's not supposed to be there and kind of react when that's already happening. So developing methods that are more proactive and trying to kind of plan for it beforehand is something that we think we have to do increasingly with more nature-based solutions and kind of green infrastructure in cities. The third one that I think is really cool is also that we have these multi-city comparisons where we're actually comparing cities with each other rather than cities with rural areas where the conservation challenges are quite different. So I think those are 3 things that are cool with this project.
Yeah, I think in our project, it's really cool that we have a global project. So we have representatives from several European places, but also from South Africa and Brazil. And I think one of our biggest challenges is, but also one of the big selling points, is that actually, because beaches are so undervalued as ecosystems, we actually don't know much about the ecology and the biodiversity. So we will actually investigate the ecology and the diversity of these systems and show them to local people and policymakers. Because once people learn how much unique biodiversity is actually present in these systems, so that means endemic species occurring only in beach systems, they often value them much more because they see that there's actually a lot of also very unique, cool biodiversity and that has a function which they also ultimately rely on. Yeah.
So I think the innovation of our project is that we combine a social ecological system analysis of wetlands as social ecological systems with a comprehensive conflict analysis. So conflicts up to now have not so much been studied in social ecological system research, so this is one innovative aspect. The other innovative aspect is that we combine an analysis of the governance coherence or incoherence of policies and the missing integration between policies at different levels and sectors, that we combine this with a place-based conflict analysis in the empirical case studies, so to better understand the interactions of the land use conflicts between the different societal actors and in which way they are maintained by specific incoherent policies.
Great, thank you. And I think for power shift, maybe some elements of originality are the fact that we use a very broad interpretation of power. So not just power over, which is often the one that we end up focusing a lot on, but also power to, power within, power with, etc., to explore much more power-sensitive approaches. And I think that is very tightly knit to the fact that we have a really strong emphasis throughout on that reflexivity, not just for the researchers, but also for the practitioners of what power means, how it's interpreted, and how they can actually empower themselves and their networks. And I also think that something that we really value in our project is building from other contexts, especially development studies, for example. So we use a strategy ecosystem or a movement ecosystem model in order to basically understand that no one initiative is going to be able to answer the sort of challenges that we have, and that we really have to look at this as a sort of much broader movement. And that's why we really want to engage with broader activist networks, for example, from human rights or indigenous rights, etc., systems, to learn from them, but also with them go beyond in conservation. And I think that was highlighted yesterday with this group of civil society that we engage with very little, but actually have a huge amount that they can help us with and we can learn from, and that's really for us a key engagement strategy.
Thank you very much. And now let's open for questions from the public. We have 3 for now. Yep, let's start.
Yes, my name is Stephanie Peach. I work for a project management agency in Germany, and I would like to ask a question to Björn Folland from the Peace Project. So you mentioned your idea of this citizen juries, and you said also that there will be a selection process, that it's not always the same people showing up to meetings and workshops. So I would like to know whether or not your project also recognizes the fact that, especially in Southern Africa, you do have like tribal structures, and that the chief or the local leader is kind of the core gatekeeper. So without their consent and understanding and approval, it's very hard to get things through, or even to get an understanding and permission to work in that area. As far as we might in Europe consider the more democratic it is, the better. I think that is a very key structure that should be recognized in order to be successful in trying to implement something new on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, we thought about that. Luckily, no, so clearly. So we work with Peace Parks Foundation, and they already have an ongoing strategy on how to connect with the community. Of course, the authorities, the traditional authorities are key to that. So we have the two, we have the citizen jury and we have transdisciplinary panel, and then the tribal authorities would be part of that one, right? But we kind of want the deliberation not to be dominated by specific power interests. We really want this to be like a citizen's approach, and not so much, okay, what do our leader think we should say, and then some people dominate the process. Of course, there will be facilitation and everything going on. But I believe from our experience that this works quite nicely, and also from work previously in that area, yeah, we have always obtained, of course, permission from traditional authorities. In Namibia there was a queen, and yeah, so there that's always need twice, 2 times the permission from local and traditional authority.
Okay, so my question, I'm Cecilia Simões from the Policy and Management Evaluation panel. And sort of related to your question, but I can see that most of the projects in this panel have a partnership with the Global South. Thank you, first of all. And that's something that we really value when we are evaluating the projects. We search for projects that do that kind of partnership, but you don't have enough space in the projects to describe that kind of partnership. And we are always very curious and wanting to understand it better, because there's always a fear that that partnership is, I don't know the word, it's not imposed, but you know, the idea is Eurocentric and it comes from Europe, and then the partners in the Global South, they just have to adequate to follow that idea and to be part of the research. So my question to the projects that do have that partnership today, I wanted to understand better, how were these partnerships formed? Is it an old partnership? Is it something that came up because you needed that for the project today? And how have these partnerships shaped the design of the project? Was that a part of how you built the project?
Who wants to address?
Yeah, maybe I can answer. So in our case, we actually met these partners during a conference. There's a small community working on beaches, and they are part of that community. And yeah, it was just a natural process actually. So we talked about the ideas. We saw the urgency of coming up with such a project. Yeah, they are part of the team, and we don't impose anything actually. But yeah, they bring in very valuable knowledge, because the context of their beach system is very different, of course, from those we have in Europe. Also, the local conflicts are very different. Yeah, so it's great to have them on board, obviously.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's something that that for me is really central, and actually the project was developed from the partnerships and very much from needs that were highlighted at the partnership level. So in a way it made perfect sense, because it was very much a need that they had identified already and that they wanted to work on, and there's no way that we could possibly work on issues of power, which is an incredibly sensitive subject, without that need coming from those partnerships. So the project was written very much from those partnership needs, and then the way in which then we work together will obviously be decided as we go along. But definitely it was the core of the project for us. It had to be, because of the subject that we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add, in our case, it builds on a previous project. So we have partners in Cape Town that are really keen to learn from cities elsewhere dealing with different sort of similar issues, but in different contexts. But what I think what's also interesting is that they are actually in many ways at the forefront of this type of challenges, because they have a very active program to manage urban wildlife in Cape Town that's more extensive than what many other cities have. So I think in that sense it's also quite interesting, because it's a case where there's a lot to learn from European partners, from the South African partner. So it's we worked with them for a few years, and I think it's quite clear that there's a mutual interest there. So, but yeah, thanks for the question.
Who else wants to address that question? No?
So yeah, we started the project together with Peace Parks Foundation. So that was the first initial when we saw the call, and they were interested, of course, in both the biodiversity monitoring, because when they opened the corridor, so they were more interested at first in the technical aspects of this project, But then they also, we co-developed then how we would then approach communities based on how they typically do it, and then in this iteration came up with this joint idea of the transdisciplinary panel and the citizens approach.
And we have another question that way. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I have several questions, but I'll just stick to one, I think. It was about wetlands. You mentioned the case studies, but I find it surprising that you don't have Sweden or Finland in there, or even the UK, because most peatlands are there. And I'm aware that there's also a lot of efforts of interdisciplinary research on conflicting policies, land use conflicts. So I was wondering, are you planning to integrate that or put it in parallel or even like expand to those countries?
Who's one of address the question, or do you need another repetition of the question maybe?
Should I?
Maybe, yes.
I can repeat it. So the choosing wetlands as a topic, I was wondering why, for example, Sweden isn't included, or countries with the most wetlands.
Yes, thank you for this question. So initially there was the plan to include Sweden, and it was for practical issues not possible. And so, but we had to restrict, of course, the case studies, and then yes, Sweden is a very interesting case, so I would really agree, and it would have been interesting, but we didn't find the partners, and so, or it was not possible. We had contacts, but they were involved in other projects and applications, so it was really a practical reason that Sweden was not included.
If you like, I can put you in contact with the ones, because I think literally exactly the topics you're going to be covering is exactly what I heard they're covering in their team, as both biodiversity, climate change aspects, and also policy and governance. I know this because I'm doing my master's thesis on that. That's why I'm quite informed on that. But yeah, I can try and help if you like, even if it's just putting you in contact. I don't know.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have another question there. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Neeraj Khera. I'm part of the evaluation committee. Most of these projects in this current panel are dealing with wildlife and fish. And I was wondering that, I mean, to be able to be more usable as a policy impact project, would you be considering looking at the climate change impact? Because range will be shifting. You're dealing with human-wildlife interaction and fish. So definitely there will be a range shift. There will be change in several conditions. Even hotspots will change. We have this experience from India and many other countries. So how your project will factor in climate change, that is one question. Sorry for too many questions. And the second question is, because whenever we talk about human-wildlife interaction, there is an automatic risk of zoonosis, So especially after COVID, now there's One Health is a big issue. So how you're factoring in One Health, also in MPA for fish, because I think there is also some citizen science component. So this climate change and One Health, how is it being factored in? I have one more question, but maybe if there is no more question later, then I'll come back.
Thanks. Should we all answer that?
So I can answer the first part of your question, the climate change. And I can say, well, it is very interesting because beach ecosystems are impacted by something we call coastal squeeze, which is climate change induced sea level rise from the one side and urbanization from the other side. The issue is, as you're aware, of course, measuring climate change on a local basis is incredibly difficult. So what we do is we can look at habitat loss, for example, induced by sea level rise on the one hand and the loss of backshore on the other side, which is a syndrome of, or part of climate change, but we can't directly look at the impact of climate change, actually. So we can look at the consequences of that, yes, especially within a 3-year project. It's very difficult. Yes.
Yeah, and in biodiversities, we're not looking at climate change directly, but I think it has a lot of relevance, especially what you're talking about with different species kind of having new ranges and having to kind of adapt to new areas. Because I think when you try to understand how species adapt to urban environments, obviously they change behavior, they change kind of, in some cases, morphology even, and understanding how people respond to that, whether people accept that these animals are not doing things we're not used to, I think has a lot of value also for then understanding how can we work with species that are starting to exist in new areas due to climate change. I think there's an important kind of lessons from urban areas that can be applied elsewhere. And as for the second question with zoonosis, that's also really critical. Often in urban spaces, what we've seen so far is that you have a lot of people in cities that really kind of want more nature and want to connect with nature and see it as a positive thing when species become more prevalent. But it can be quite hard to talk also about the risks there. So I think it's really important to bring that in, as it's not just about nature healing, it's also about knowing, okay, where are the healthy boundaries that we can set? How much interaction, how much coexistence do we want, or when does that kind of become too close and problematic? So it's really, really, yeah, great questions raised, both of them. So, yeah.
Yes, on the second question, I don't think we are dealing with One Health problem, but climate change is part of the first branch of the research. There is a kind of modeling of the suitability of the landscape for birds, and apparently there are already data about climate change affecting these movements, and so this is definitely part of the first stream of our project, and then we can infer something, I suppose, from this kind of data. Thank you.
Any of you? No? In your case, want to address that? Well, yeah, very good question. We have another question there. I'm not ignoring the third question you have, and Mariana later, but who's the one there? Go ahead. No?
Yes, yeah. I'm from Jane Goodall Institute and wanted to ask for the Peace Project, just a short question. You are working now on human-wildlife interactions and conflicts, possible conflicts. There are conflicts, and there are already been questions related to the different levels of the community involvement. Is there also an involvement of the administration of nature conservation and community protection? Because that's been developed while I was working at Kenya Wildlife Service years ago. So they did already quite some investigations, tryouts of tools and possible options and so on for this conflict preservation. So maybe you could check whether you involve also the administrations.
Yes, thank you. I think I mentioned this transdisciplinary panel. So this is where actually all these agencies like ANAC from Mozambique, and they will basically iterate so we start, let's say, we start with the citizens. So we have some futuring and visioning exercises. We have some understanding, system dynamics, understanding some serious games. And then they basically come up with how they want this interaction to turn out. And this goes then, it feeds into this transdisciplinary panel that kind of distills the different ideas and says, okay, what is possible in this legal governance construct? Because, for example, in Mozambique, the compensation for wildlife damage is not so easily possible, right? So we need to look for alternative ways of compensation. And so it will be going back and forth between exactly the different organizations involved in this, right? So the whole integration of these two, that's the core of the proposal, the core idea, yeah.
Thank you very much. We have Mariana, and then a couple of questions in the front. Okay, but we will need those questions to be very, very fast. We are approaching the end of the communication. Oh, we have many questions, but we have only 1 minute. What happened with the microphone? Oh, there.
Do I go? Hi, we have a question from online from Oliver Dilly, who says, for COEX Hub, it's called, right, the Bear Project, there has been an interesting past Biodiversa project called Bear Connect with involvement of Slovakia and other countries. Do you include this, and if so, how?
Well, I'm going to pass you the mic, but yes, we are running out of time, so probably this would be the last question, and remember, you can approach later the participants.
Yes, yes, we are including all pastors. We are not doing field research, so we are building our understanding on past research data, available data, and yeah, we know about that, and we definitely had a look at the outcomes, and we'll be considering those in our research. Thank you.
Okay, let's do a final remark from each participant, very short, and then we will close the panel.
Thanks. Final remark. Yeah, I think I would just go back to the earlier question and really sort of emphasize this need to work from the needs of the people that we're working with, and really build up on that expertise and knowledge and those real sort of key questions that come from where it's most needed.
So I would add also that the interaction between the different actors is important, and to consider in which way can the stakeholders that are relevant for each research project be involved in an adequate way, that to introduce not only their stakes and interests but also their knowledge. So I think the integration of knowledge of different actors is something which is very important.
I'll keep it short. So next time you go to the beach and sunbath, think about the millions of animals under your towel. No worries, they won't bite you, but they are there, and they're actually very important.
It's a beautiful thought. We should end there, really. No, I think it was just really nice to be on this panel. It was cool to hear about these other projects and how common it is that people talk both about sort of the, not just the tensions between in conservation and with wildlife, but also between humans that end up in conflict, and how we can work with that and kind of learn to collaborate, even though the visions of what we want is sometimes different. Yeah.
I was going to say something like that. So it was very humbling and enlightening to be part of this exercise and the whole organization. So I think that the message is to cooperate. I want to get on communicating our research and trying to build something together. That's, I think, the main message. Thank you.
Yeah. So will our project be transformative? It's always been a question, and so what we do, we want to evaluate that. So like an experiment with a control group and baseline survey and endline survey, so that we at the end maybe know a bit better whether that was useful or not.
Well, thank you so much for this interesting conversation. I think time is completely run out, and I expect everyone to approach them and continue going on in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for this great session. And we have another one in front of us. This time it will be 8 projects in total. One will be a pre-recorded presentation. So, yeah, let's get into it. We will start with surprises, which is actually an acronym of a project presented by Laura Pereira, building anticipatory governance of socio-ecological tipping points in transformative change planning for ocean sustainability. The second one will be a project titled Attitude, a transformation through improved practice, targeting urgent sustainable development needs by enabling restorative aquaculture, and this will be presented by Sarah Hornborg, so please come to the stage. The third project will be Optibes, optimization of 3 species selection for improved biodiversity and ecosystem services, presented by Goran Volin. The next project, Bioreforest, reforestation of forests and orchards after disturbances, a transformative action plan balancing socioeconomics and biodiversity needs, presented by Matthias Noll. Biodensity, presented by Meta Berghauser-Pont, reversing biodiversity decline in densification strategies using innovative sensing, systematic solutions, and data-driven city modeling for transformative change. Invasion, invasion syndromes, transforming the understanding and management of biological invasions, presented by Ana Novoa Perez. Sea-Watch, transforming fishing vessels into stewards to protect biodiversity through the integration of eDNA, metabarcoding, satellite data, and AI, presented by Nadia Marinchal. And the last project, which will be an actually pre-recorded presentation, is Herbloom, transform urban flower beds for the future, sustainable use and pollinator conservation, presented by Alice Michelot-Antalik. And to moderate this session, we have Cecilia Simoes, another member of our BiodivTransform EVC from Brazil. And yeah, let's get into it, and I will hand over to Laura Pereira for the Surprises project. Please.
Surprise! Tipping point. We needed a hook, right? So for one stable state, over a threshold, because of force, into another stable state. Those are tipping points, and that's the focus of our Surprises project. With a lot of people from a lot of places, you can see their names up there. But in essence, the kinds of questions that we're going to be focusing on is, for example, what if AMOC collapsed? Could we anticipate the implications of this, for example, for fisheries within the Gulf of Guinea, off the coast of West Africa, and think through, are there some interventions that could be made within these social ecological systems to improve the outcomes, irrespective of whether these large-scale, low likelihood but high impact events, such as Earth system tipping points, emerged? Or could we actually even think of how we might start to avoid these, right? Could we anticipate the types of interventions that could be made? So the example that we have over here is sort of what, in the red block, what sort of tipping towards an undesirable state could look like. Within the group, looking at some of these governance feedback loops that we could manage, for example, around improved fisheries, improved monitoring of illegal and unregulated fisheries, that could actually result in a more flourishing social ecological marine system. So the focus of Surprises is going to be across 3 different ocean basins within Africa, looking at the West Indian Ocean, the Gulf of Guinea, and the Mediterranean. And hopefully through this, we're really able to build anticipatory capacity with a variety of different decision makers, and we're not using the word stakeholders, but local communities. And also with our key partners with IUCN and Ocean Map Africa, we're hoping to really make an impact beyond just academia. So that's our project. Thanks.
All these surprises. All right. Needless to say, our food system is a key driver for biodiversity loss. There is also an urgent need to restore coastal ecosystems. Restorative aquaculture, that is practices that allows for a food production with ecological benefits, offers opportunities for addressing both. The Attitude project aims to generate the key knowledge needed to be able to implement restorative aquaculture practices of mussels and flat oyster in Europe. Through collaborating in transdisciplinary case studies across Europe with different status and needs, we will connect different expertise, efforts, experiences, and methods and enable important knowledge sharing. Specifically, we will identify and analyze approaches to enhance restorative properties, including capacities to measure and monitor outcomes, to effectively halt and restore biodiversity loss. We will also identify and analyze the socioeconomic costs and benefits and opportunities for alternative financial models to maximize socioeconomic values. Furthermore, we will identify and analyze governance elements such as perceptions and regulations, and opportunities for restorative bivalve aquaculture to become viable and integrated with conservation. Supported by iterative dialogues with actors, I've learned, or interest holders, not stakeholders, will produce actionable knowledge for tailored solutions with policy relevance spanning from local to global. To this end, the impact pathway of Attitude is a change in mindset about bivalve aquaculture. By providing the necessary evidence base of biodiversity effects alongside technical and socioeconomic solutions, we believe that the transformative changes in the governance that are needed may be achieved. From targeting key barriers and leverage points, we vision that the sector is able to go from being struggling and stagnated in changing ecosystems to becoming a long-term viable food production while supporting the rebuilding of biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I will present the Biodiversa project, where we will select 3 species for improved biodiversity and ecosystem services. It's a joint effort between Scandinavian partners and partners in Central Africa. And we focus on the Albertine Rift, spanning from Rwanda, Burundi, and Eastern DRC. It's really a biodiversity hotspot with a very strong land use pressure. So the project is divided into 5 different work packages, and it's moving from the demand for the local livelihood and ecosystem services and suitable environment, as well as including field experiments where we are going to test the performance of different species and monitor the success with ground measurements as well as remote sensing. And we will combine different disciplines and stakeholders, or if you wish, actors, to ask or challenge answer 2 challenges. One is how to select the right tree species at the right place, and how to monitor the success of the plantations. In final, the ultimate Biodiversa aim is to promote native tree species in combination with resilient landscape. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Matthias Noll from the University of Coburg, and I'm presenting in Biodiversa. And this is composed by 8 partners from 7 countries. and we are dealing with reforestation. So the past 50 years, many sites in Europe has been faced disturbance on their forest ecosystems, and these forest ecosystems then changed this, the topic and also their structure. And we also looked for orchids. We will find 3,000 sites by remote sensing which faced this kind of disturbances in the past 50 years. And then we will make an citizen science and co-creative and co-design workshops to include economic parameters from the stakeholders and the actors from the sites. And when we also assess the sites by soil metagenomic analysis, then we get the biodiversity from the sites, and this all will be integrated in an XII modeling system to get out and to predict future reforestation strategies to overcome problems which has been faced the last 15 years. And this will be again discussed with the actors on the sites, and then policy brief will bring this along in Europe and all worldwide initiatives. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meta Berghuizen-Pont from Chalmers University in Sweden. I'm here with my colleague, Oskar Schindwall, but you see that we have many more partners. The project, yes, sustainable urbanization requires densification to fight climate change. It supports walking, as daily services are accessible on foot. It comes with a well-functioning public transport, etc., and it safeguards lands outside cities. But it comes at a cost. Loss of biodiversity, urban heat island effects, decline of mental health. The common denominator is the loss of green areas. Thus, today, as we plan and densify our cities to fight climate change, we risk undermining these essential ecosystem services. If we are not careful, it can accelerate biodiversity loss right where most people live. So we risk solving one problem, climate change, but creating a lot of others. Because these trade-offs, the question we ask is simple. Can cities be both dense and ecologically healthy? We combine cutting-edge sensing technologies to monitor soil microorganisms, insects, birds, bats, across the densest areas in Amsterdam, Milan, Tampere, and Gothenburg. So instead of investigating an urban-rural gradient, we look at within-city variation. We don't just monitor, we also measure the urban conditions that, which it thrives within, to inform planners how to transform cities. This is not only a scientific and planning challenge, it's also about people whom we will involve through citizen science, creating awareness, but also making them co-owners of the evidence, and through the co-development of scenarios, engaging them in finding solutions. So our vision is this: a future where dense cities are thriving ecosystems, and where densification doesn't come at the cost of nature, but it actually creates recovery of biodiversity, supporting climate adaptation and human health. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Yeah. Okay, so our project, which is called Invasive, is focused in biological invasions, and more specifically in plant invasions. So now let's imagine that we take a plant from its native range to a completely different area of the world. Maybe we do this unintentionally because, let's say, the seeds get stuck in our hiking boots during our holidays, or maybe intentionally because we see this plant and we really want it in our garden, for example. So now, what happens is that when this plant is introduced, it starts to spread and takes over the whole ecosystem, having a lot of environmental and socioeconomic impacts. Well, this is a plant invasion. And unfortunately, this is not a rare event, but it's happening more and more all over the world. And yet, despite decades of research in invasion science, we still struggle to answer a very, very simple question, which is, which species are likely to become invasive where, and how can we manage this problem? Well, this is where Invasing comes in. So for the first time, we are going to put together lots of data, large-scale data, in so many different aspects, like the characteristics of the species, the characteristics of the ecosystems they invade, but also a really important missing piece, which is people. We are going to see how people use, perceive, interact with invasive plants. And now, once we have all this data together, we are going to move out of trying to find these general rules that have always been trying to be found in invasion science that apply to all invasions. And instead, we are going to try to tackle context dependency by identifying what we call invasion syndromes, which are recurrent patterns of species with particular traits that invade ecosystems with particular characteristics in particular human contexts, and that altogether always result in the same invasion outcomes. And then we go a step further. We are going to work together with local, national, and international actors to not only refine these groupings, these invasion syndromes, but also for each of them, co-design together management and policy actions that are going to be context-specific and are going to be realistic, and hopefully they actually work to manage this problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia, and I'm presenting on behalf of Prof. Tommaso Russo. Sea-Watch is a transdisciplinary project which combines natural, social, and technological sciences to promote a transformative change in marine fisheries. The main idea of the project is providing professional fishing fleets with metaprobes. Metaprobes are passive DNA collectors designed to work together with fishing activities. They are going to be placed inside the nets, and as you can see from the picture is a 3D printed spherical probe which contains gauzes that will absorb DNA and will give us information on fish species and marine communities. The data obtained from eDNA metabarcoding will be combined with environmental variables and human activities at the sea. And this information will be used to feed models that will give us information on biodiversity hotspots and vulnerable marine ecosystems. And after this first investigation, there will be an in situ ground truthing validation. And all this information will be given to stakeholders and management body to inform them about potential invasive species and to help them to design fishery protected areas and marine protected areas. WWF International will help us in fishermen engagement, and we will have 3 study cases, one in the Mediterranean Sea, one in Brazil, and one in the North Sea. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alice Michel-Antalik, and I am the main coordinator of the Obolon project. Our project aims to create flower beds in cities that are more sustainable, especially by attracting pollinators and being more resistant to drought. To do this, we will set up experiments in 9 European cities with 5 green spaces in each city. For each bioclimatic region, we will install identical flower beds designed together with local managers. There will be 2 types of flower beds. One is the control floor beds on the left, with 10 foreign species traditionally used for their aesthetic value. And the second type is the future floor beds on the right, with 10 foreign species chosen to improve sustainability. These two types of flower beds will be tested under two conditions: normal watering or drought condition. In 2027, we will monitor the development of each flower bed by measuring important flower traits for pollinator, such as the quantity of nectar and pollen produced or the shape of the flowers. We will also observe pollinators and involve citizens through participatory science activities. In addition, we will study how different groups of people, for example visitors, managers, children, perceive these flower beds. The final goal of FlowerBlue is to evaluate the different functions of these flower beds in order to make them more sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so like Ronit, I would like to start by making a question myself, and then I'll open to the floor. But I want to create the environment for my question. I want to start, because I want to address that elephant in the room that was pointed out yesterday, but I want to do it in a shared way and in a safe way. And I want to start by asking, what's your education background? I'll go first and then I'll pass the mic along, okay? I'm a biologist.
I'm generally confused.
What were you trained to? What's your education?
You really want the long list. You really want the list. I have a BSc and a law degree in undergrad. I have a human geography degree. That's it. Not really a human geographer though. Ecology, law, sustainability science.
Biology.
Architecture and urban planning.
Environmental science.
And I'm an agronomist.
So, were any of you as biologists, architects, sustainable environmental scientists, any of you ever been trained to disseminate your ideas and to mainstream them into public policies? I have never, yes. Yet, we ask all of you to do that in your projects, and we evaluate that. That's actually the highest criteria for us when we are evaluating your projects. So, creating a safe space, you're not going to be judged. This is really so we can share and learn together and maybe improve the process, really. How difficult it was for you, everyone, to build that part of the project, to build that, how you're going to mainstream and disseminate the findings, because we tend to believe that if we only share our amazing findings, because they are very sound, they're logically sound, and we think that, well, this makes sense, so if I show this to people, they will also think that it makes sense and they will change their minds. But that doesn't necessarily happen that way, especially when we want to mainstream into public policies. So how was the process of developing that part of the project? Did it keep you awake at night? How hard was it? Anyone wanting to share your hearts? They're scared. Okay.
No. For me, the process started way earlier because when I did my PhD in Spain, it was very much like traditional ecology, and you go to the field and you analyze your data and stuff. And then I went to South Africa for my postdoc, And I went there thinking that my postdoc project was going to be also the same, classical ecology. And then I was thrown into policy and all of that, and I just had to contribute to policy. And it was like, whoa, what is this? And without training, you train yourself, which is probably not ideal. And that was, I don't know, many years ago. So it has been a process, but I think that kind of training is very necessary if we really want to make a difference.
Right,
so.
Biodiversa?
I think from architecture and urban planning perspective, I think it's kind of an easier way in. Although we are not trained to do this, we are very much practice-oriented. So although it's not policy, we work a lot with design guidelines and support, let's say, so the translation of findings into actionable sort of results comes very natural. So that's part of the training. To bring it on the other level, let's say the policy level, is a harder one. But in the project, you asked also how hard was it? You find partners that are very good at that. Now, let's say, so we have a partner that is also with an urban planning background, but having worked a lot with translation into policies, and also he is also responsible for the engagement of the different actors, etc.
So I can just repeat what I've just heard. So I'm coming from the University of Applied Science, and we are really broad as an expertise, and we are used to collaborate in a transdisciplinary way. So it's the way that we have social science, we have architecture, we have design, we have economics, we have, like my department is natural sciences, and that's why I'm used to have this transdisciplinary disciplines, and this also eases me to find the correct partners which has the correct wording, because I think if I write something as a social science, it's maybe not fully correct, and that's why I really appreciate that this France partner from Arteon and this Austrian partner from Boku joined us, and they were really expert in this field to make this transition, and hopefully they are also experts in this policy making, because I think this is a part which I really have no clue on my own, but I really rely on my partners.
Okay, I also rely on partners, but I also, after 3 years of biology and a PhD of 4 years in more environmental related and 30 years of coordinating environmental science education programs, I think I learned a bit from how to work with more multidisciplinary. So it's, yeah, but the partners are extremely important.
I agree with all. I'm also based at research institutes where we do a lot of we only work with applied science, and a lot of commission projects by NGOs and authorities and industry. So although I'm trained biologist for start, I've been working more in a much broader environment, learning by doing and realizing that it's not enough to just present your data or your analysis, but I think that it's a natural process that you want to engage to understand how to tackle, to actually make an actual change, and you need to learn the language, and Biodiversa has a lot of guides on that, so that's very grateful for that. But then, and then you have to just find nice partners, as everyone says.
Partners for life. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. I think that I'm quite new to the fishery world, but I think that we as a group were quite lucky because we already work and have and had collaborations with policymakers like FAO, GFCM, so we were not so worried about that part while writing our project.
Well, I mean, I guess everyone also said something. I'm probably not your target for this question because I gave a talk yesterday on exactly how you're supposed to be working at the Science Policy Interface. And most of our project leads have been working directly with policy decision makers, also outside of policy, which is, I think, where actually most of the impact tends to actually come, is working with NGOs, with civil society, with people actually on the ground. I do want to push back a little bit on this idea of a safe space when the starting assumption is that you have a disciplinary background that you're supposed to identify in. I think that may not be the case for a lot of people, a lot of those actually who've been trained for the past 10, 15, 20 years to do exactly what Biodiversa is asking us to do in this sense. So maybe we can realize that we've come further than we were 20 years ago.
Fair enough. I'm a biologist, but I don't know how to differentiate a plant from an animal. I suck as a biologist, so fair enough. Shall we open to questions from the floor? 1, 2.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I mentioned this to some people earlier on. So we're trying, I was wondering, like, what's the outcome of this research? Because we want it to be impactful. But if it's just a written report, I don't think the transformative essence will be there. So I was thinking, what if you, instead of concentrating on the results, like recording your process, making some form of documentary of how these projects come together, the challenges you encounter, and kind of just record it, document it, and then that's far more communicative and relatable for any person. Anyway, this was just a vague idea, but I just wanted to put it out there and see your thoughts on that.
I mean, in 2 minutes you cannot tell so much. But we include the urban living labs, let's say, where we actually with the stakeholders, and let's say it starts from the scratch. When we're collecting the data, actually they are involved already. So this takes place in these living labs. We have 2 cities where we go all the way through collecting data, finding the evidence, understanding what the conditions are that actually make it more biodiverse, and also making the scenarios together with them for change. So this process is, of course, documented because the living labs will be documented. So this is kind of the process you talk about. Then we have 2 other cities where we will use this documentation to see how useful is this for you. You have not been part of this whole process, but how useful is this? Which kind of allows us to see, is it replicable, is it useful? We can ask those questions. So yeah, it's important, of course. It's part of the results, I would say.
So I think one of the key aspects of any futures research is that it's deeply about the process, not just about the outcome. And so I think something that we've been grappling with over the past couple of years is who you have in the room. You can definitely go through a really important sort of changing process, right? You can have the inner transformations that we were talking about yesterday. But how do you actually look at outcomes that can also have a translation effect to people who aren't in the room? And so we've been experimenting with different forms. I've been working with speculative fiction writers, with artists, with videos, to try and see if there is some way of actually bringing that emotional connection to these potential futures and build that anticipatory capacity with people outside of those who are in the room. I don't think we've got it sort of perfect yet, but I think that is one aspect that we're really trying to use within Surprises, but also, you know, extending. We've got some collaborators around gamification, for instance, right? And how can you actually sort of incorporate a larger group of people in improving the imaginaries of where we want to go?
No one else? You want to go?
We do work with both local communities, but also other types of stakeholders, and of course that will be a two-way communication. So it's we will make surveys in the local communities, but we will also feed back to the local communities so that they hopefully learn from the process. Also other types of stakeholders, we will have conferences with them so that we develop something together. And for the transformative change, this will probably be more important than our scientific papers.
So yeah, we also include local district managers from the forest sites, forest owners, and also the state-owned persons, like these national ones from each county and also from the Germany. And there are also some monitoring guys, which are also, of course, monitoring guys will be included. And as we get input from them, what is the main reasons how the reforestation has been structured and how the output expected has been proposed and how it's worked out after several years. This is, of course, a high interest for them. It's a high economic interest of them to get an improved reforestation activity in future. That's why this prediction, what we are doing, is very, I think, welcomed in their way, and that's what we will give them as output, how next reforestation activity should work out to get a perfect or better economic and, of course, biodiverse environment. And this, I think, will multiply based on the idea from itself. So if you have some stakeholders or actors which are already convinced and they are all in networks organized, then these networks which will also will play on this, we will also get multiplication and hopefully a legacy that this information will be continued over time.
We are also developing a Shiny app to show to fishermen, because we want to plan together with them which could be the best area to sample. And also we are planning to do workshop to teach them how to use a metaprobe, what they have to do before and after. And we believe that we already tried, we already did some tests, and it seems that it works, and also fishermen are collaborative. But if we are able to establish this kind of sampling, I think that is going to be really a transformative change in the way of sampling, because we can collect a large amount of data with few effort.
We developed, like 10 years ago, more or less, many of the partners of the project already like a tool about how to work together with the stakeholders to arrive to management decisions for invasions. So we are planning to use the same tool that we might adapt during the process of the project, hopefully, because we learn more. And the main reason why we need a specific tool for the whole process as well is because invasions are they create lots of problems because they have many impacts, but also lots of benefits. So you always have to arrive to a consensus, and it's not always easy. I have been organizing workshops in which I was worried of people starting to hit each other and things like that. It becomes really complicated sometimes. So we do have that tool that I guess is more or less what you were saying, is like the process of how you should do it. But I guess we will adapt it, yeah.
Thank you. I feel like your question, maybe you can continue discussing this later outside, but I feel like you're talking more about sharing not only your successes, but also your failures and the process itself, because there's nothing that engages better than failure. When we share our pain and our failures, that's when you connect with someone else. That's magic. So that's where you were going. So that's food for thought. I've tried that myself. Okay.
Actually, can I say just one more thing? In our tool, we have several points in which is like, there was a failure because of this and this, and this is what you have to do when there is a failure. So it's definitely something that you need to take into account, yeah.
Possible path.
I bet this will be a scientific journal of failures.
Yeah, I love that. That would be fantastic. I love that. Next question, please.
Having that, right? Okay. Just a very quick comment and also maybe a call for all of us. I would love, with your permission, Nadia, connect to another Biodiversa project in the Biodiv Monitor call, where we work with fishers' knowledge and using fish aggregation devices as monitoring platforms as well. And we're in the middle of it with so many questions and lots of failures. And it's just maybe on the role of fishers and their agency and biodiversity monitoring, but also safeguarding and the processes in that. So anybody who wants to join or who has another project. So if I may, I contact you on this and connect you to our project. Thank you.
Nice. So we have a group discussion outside later. Anyone working with fishermen and collecting data on biodiversity. There. Okay.
Yes, we have a question from online, again from Oliver Dilly for Optibes. And he says, how did you find the Burundi and Congo partners? How did you include their requirements in the proposal? And do you plan to meet with consortia in Congo and Burundi?
We have been working with partners in Rwanda. Personally, I've been working in Rwanda for more than 20 years. And my partner in Norway and in Denmark, they have been working with partners in DRC and Burundi. So it's kind of long-term achievements to put this together. What was the second part of the question?
The second part was, how did you include their requirements in the proposal?
I think it has been a discussion over several years to develop this. So it's not just we had a chance to sort of develop our thoughts into this proposal that we have been thinking or planning for over a long time. So it's the call were coming timely for us.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left, people. No?
Hi. So I hope I managed to formulate this question in a way it makes sense. You will let me know. But I have this feeling that all of you are building like really forward-looking tools for forward-looking scenarios, and I was wondering how you are future-proofing these, not only in the sense of what you're putting into these tools and scenarios in our rapidly changing world. I don't know how you future-proof that element, and also the tool itself, so that it kind of keeps on living even when the project is ended. How is it going to be, appropriated by those who are stakeholders or rights holders in the building of these tools and the usage of these tools?
Well, a small contribution is that in the project to identify the suitable sites for the placing of the mustard and oyster cultures for improved larval spillover, there will be species distribution modeling, and in that you can incorporate some likely effects of climate change. That is some way of working with possible futures.
One of our aims is to sort of look for the future climate change and how the different species we are working with will be adapted to different species and to different climate scenarios, and how it will affect the forest types and so on.
Yeah, let's say, I think there are different levels in your question. Let's say, partly, I think we will find patterns in our project and lessons. Let's say, how you could change the built environment to actually achieve, let's say, higher levels of biodiversity in cities, in the densest part of cities. So that is something that you can actually, that will be. Yeah, you can bring that into the future. But climate change is, of course, an aspect that sort of is not, in that sense, included. That's the reason we have different cities in different climate zones, to see if there is a variation, if we compare these, in how green areas sort of impact the same set of group of species that we will monitor. So there are different levels that you try, let's say we try to also be able to say something about how sort of resilient our solutions are, or let's say, do they hold even if we would, let's say, in 10, 20, 30 years. Yeah. So I think there are generic lessons to be learned, and you have to build in some kind of understanding of that. Of course, the world changes, so how adaptable are these solutions? So these will be described as far as we can, let's say, in the project.
I think for us in our project, the biggest change is that we want to absolutely change the way we understand policy and management of biological invasions. Because at the moment, all over the world, all these actions are at the species level. And this is a problem because every time you have a new species, you have to start from scratch and think about how to manage it. Or in policies, it's always lists of species. And our starting point is like 20,000 species of plants. So it's an issue if we go species by species. And we had already this kind of discussions doing horizon scannings for the EU about what species to include in the future in the EU regulation. So we would really want to change this and to start thinking about groupings of invasions. So when you have a species with these particular traits, if it's going to be introduced to an area with these particular characteristics and with this, and humans treat it in this particular way, then it's going to become a problem, you can manage it like this, and so on. And hopefully this can change the way we exchange information between stakeholders from, let's say, Chile and Spain and Australia having the same issues. And hopefully, if we manage to prove that this is the way to go, then it will be a long-lasting change that hopefully doesn't depend on climate change that much and so on. But maybe I'm being too positive thinking, I don't know. Let's see.
That's it? Thank you. We have to stop. So thank you very much for participating. Please address them outside. And if any of these discussions sparked any great suggestions for you to give to the Biodiversa team, approach us, approach Orshi, approach everyone, and give us your suggestions for better calls next time, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are getting to the next coffee break, but before we go into that, I would just like to remind you of some useful Biodiversa Plus documents that you can find on a table just right outside of the meeting room. So have a look. You can find the Stakeholder Engagement Handbook, the Citizen Science Toolkit, and the Guide on Policy Relevance of Research. So please have a look if you would find them valuable and useful. I believe they are also available online, so you can download them. And yeah, let's go for the coffee. Let's be back in 20 minutes and at 15:45. Thank you. All right. That was nice. That was a good technique. All right. Thank you very much for being here again. After the break, we have the last session in front of us, the session number 5 and final session. So let's get into it. Let's not take more time of your afternoon as well. I would like to invite to the stage the following projects, please. The project Multidiv, Diversity in Process Towards Multispecies Assemblages for Biodiversity Governance. This will be presented by Maya Schlüter. Then the project Sketch, Social Ecological Keystone Places for Transformative Change in Safeguarding Coastal Biodiversity, presented by Annette Breckfold. The third project is RECON, fostering systemic societal transformation for the biodiversity conservation through nature reconnection, and this will be presented by Katarzyna Redzinska. Ecological pilgrimage, engaging with biodiversity through walk-in intervention, presented by Emily Hockert. Project LEVER, enhancing pluriversality for a human rights-based approach, governing the climate biodiversity pollution nexus, presented by Tilman Hertz. Wild harvest, understanding and recognizing wild products harvested by indigenous and local communities to promote environmental justice and halt biodiversity erosion, presented by Rhoda Malgas. And last but not least, Pro-Eco-Rice, a transformative production system for making rice paddies biodiverse and climate neutral, presented by Gerber Singh Bular. And to moderate the session, we will have Isabel Mesquita from the Global Landscape Forum from Brazil, as well as the, of course, BiodiverTransform EVC panel. So now I will give the floor to Maya for the MultiDiv project. Please.
So the causes of biodiversity decline are complex, intertwined, and deeply rooted. And we are largely failing to address them. We heard that a lot in the last 2 days. So MultiDiv will mobilize the concept of multispecies assemblages, which comes from the environmental humanities, to explore these complex causalities and try to think about them differently and use this learning to develop the idea of relational governance. So this perspective basically, got lost. This perspective aims to go beyond the separation of humans and nature and really centers relations and how they produce certain realities and not others. Yeah, I'll do it in a second. And not others, and they do that continuously. So everything basically is dynamic. So concretely, we will configure multi-species assemblages in 2 case studies in the Mediterranean, the Gulf of Gabes in Tunisia, and the Camargue in France. And we will do this together as an interdisciplinary team, really ranging from the social sciences, natural sciences to the humanities, and with diverse actors in those cases, using diverse methods from ecological data collection to ethnography to simulation modeling. So as an example, in the Gulf, our entry point is the invasion of the blue crab, which really restructures relations and interests between humans and non-humans. It restructures biophysical places, and with that severely impacts marine ecosystems, but also fishing practices. So multi-species assemblages really bring together many multi-species relations that together shape the problems and diversity. So the relation to the blue crab that is displayed in this article in the news, kind of in it being a critical kind of a conflicting, a killer species, is one of these relations. So how multi-species relations are assembled or organized and how they unfold in different temporalities influences what the problems are and what biodiversity is. So for governance, that really means that we need to attend to the dynamic and situated nature of social environmental relations. And we will explore scenarios of what such governance could be and how current governance systems also could be transformed toward it.
Right. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Quickly introducing you to Sketch, an interdisciplinary research initiative. We are collaborating in a consortium of 8 partners from 8 countries, all of which involve early career researchers, for those who do not know that abbreviation. The core idea here is Across 5 outstanding coastal sites, and none of which are in Europe, and I'm still waiting for the hot share, in a way, that happened, from the Great Amazon Reef in Brazil to a corridor full of endemic species in Madagascar, restored mangrove coasts in West Kalimantan, the Atoll territory in Taiwan, and the very remote atoll called Puka Puka in the Cook Islands. We're investigating places of deep social and ecological significance. We call these social ecological keystone places, or short SEKPs. These are places where indigenous people and local communities are governing coastal ecosystems. And we want to understand whether and how these places can be formally recognized as OECM's other effective conservation measures. In other words, we ask, what if the places local and indigenous communities have protected for generations? What if these could become a backbone of global biodiversity safeguarding efforts? Those 5 case studies combine governance analysis, participatory mapping, scenario planning, low-cost participatory eDNA metabotic coding, knowledge and policy synthesis across 6 work packages. And on a learning journey that we show by this framework that we call ripples of knowledge on the left, and with the overall objective of empowering indigenous people, local communities, and reframe social ecological keystone places as drivers of equitable, community-based coastal safeguarding. So we're very excited to start this journey with you, connect with you, concerned about all of us, about safeguarding biodiversity and safeguarding international partnerships. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to represent my amazing team from 3 country partners and 7 institutions. So Recon starts from a simple, powerful idea. When people experience nature, they become more connected to it, and that connection can lead to stronger care, stewardship, and action for biodiversity. Our projects ask how this can become a driver for systemic societal transformation in metropolitan regions and local communities. To answer these questions, we work at the 3 levels. First, we want to better understand the relationships between nature exposure, nature connectedness, awareness, and attitudes and environmental practices in urban functional areas. Second, we develop the Societal Transformation Laboratory for Nature Reconnection Advocacy, a practical framework with methods, tools, and capacity building activities that help stakeholders move from awareness to action. Third, we will test this approach in 3 pilot regions, in Warsaw, Stuttgart, and Vienna. Each pilot addresses a concrete policy challenge at the intersection of recreation, biodiversity conservation, and landscape economy. A sustainable recreation strategy in Warsaw functional area, an integrated landscape management plan in Stuttgart, and solutions for conservation recreation conflicts in Vienna functional area. Thank you.
Oh, it's a treat to continue from here. So my name is Emily, and I'm here with my colleague Anna-Emilia. We are from the University of Lapland in Finland, and we are representing our research consortium, Ecological Pilgrimage. Our main objective is to develop and cultivate reparative practices that can transform human-nature relations and safeguard biodiversity in recreational settings. This ambition is guided by sustainability scientists who view biodiversity loss as a symptom of a profound relational crisis and highlight human-nature connectedness as key to sustainability transformations at individual and societal levels. The project draws theoretical and methodological guidance from ecological reparation as bottom-up relational approach that seeks to repair more than human relations that have gradually weakened in the predominant self- and human-centric cultures in the global north. The notion highlights transversal experimentation and the reinvention of lost knowledges, skills, and practices, and the importance of small acts of care. The project focuses on situated biodiversity issues along 4 hiking trails in Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland, within landscapes shaped by forestry, agriculture, industrial use, infrastructure, tourism, and nature conservation. It merits mentioning that our idea of ecological pilgrimage departs from historical connotations of colonial expeditions and religious ceremonies, and also this kind of achievement-oriented hiking through landscapes. Instead, we understand pilgrimage as a reparative journey that enables meaningful engagement with local modern human communities amid existential ecological crisis. Instead of aiming to develop specific ecological pilgrimage trails, our consortium seeks to cultivate what was in the keynote, to cultivate the social soil where ecological pilgrimage in its simplest form can start from one's own front door. Welcome to walk with us. You can do that by following us on Instagram and our webpage, ecologicalpilgrimage.com, which are both very much under construction. We're learning how to use social media, but yes, a steep learning curve. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'd like to take a couple of seconds for my 2 minutes also to acknowledge the partners to this consortium, which are very diverse, as you can see, and also include policy actors that are that mainly operate at the level of the conventions, the CBD and the UNFCCC, focusing especially on a human rights-based approach. And this is what this project is about. It's about a human rights-based approach. And why, or short HRBA? It's because a human rights-based approach is the cross-cutting implementation framework for a variety of global agreements, such as the KMGBF or the Paris Agreement of the UNFCCC. And in that function, this approach needs to mediate between a variety of different values and interests, and it does a pretty good job at that. At the same time, it also at times faces challenges, especially due to its anthropocentric legacy, which might be at odds with the way in which non-anthropocentric worldviews value the non-human. So in other terms, in situations where the boundaries between the human and the non-human are set in radically different ways, if at all, right, which also exists. And so this may hamper the effectiveness of HRBA. And so this is where this project situates. So we try to, or we aim to develop and test a legal glossary to enhance pluriversality of HRBA together with indigenous peoples and local communities in 5 cases from 5 countries across the global north and global south divide, in view of hopefully in some way also contributing to enhancing the effectiveness of HRBA as cross-cutting framework for the implementation of global conventions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from South Africa. Wild harvesting for food, fuel, fiber, and medicine is a way of life for thousands of people in biodiversity-rich landscapes of Southern Africa. Local communities are deeply impacted by biodiversity loss and biocultural erosion. Our wild harvest project in South Africa's Cape Floristic region and dry savanna woodlands, some of which extends into Zimbabwe, allow novel analysis of wild harvesting systems through new and existing collaborations. They're exciting too. These landscapes are home to indigenous communities where knowledge and governance that ensure sustainable wild harvesting for generations are embedded in practice, knowledge, culture, and language. 4 work packages are designed to advance transformation, inclusion of indigenous knowledge for recognition justice, procedural justice through governance integration, redistribution justice, surfacing biocultural value over commercial value, and ecological justice, orienting from natural resource management to earth stewardship. The Wild Harvest Project launches as South Africa and Zimbabwe develop and review biodiversity economy strategies, policies designed in compliance with the CBD and Nagoya Protocol. Apart from acknowledgements to the EU, the EC, and all partners institutions represented on our slides, we honor the knowledge contributions of the San people, the Khoi, the Bavenda, the Botswana, the Shangaan, the Nambia, the Tsonga, the Ndebele, and all the peoples of Southern Africa who make use of these wild harvested species. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will try my best not to look at Andre because he always shows us the time. Okay, I'm the last one, closing keynote. Okay, good. How many of you did not eat rice in the last 2 days here? Anyone? You didn't? 2, 3. But that emphasizes enough how important rice is. Huh? We are not in Asia or Southeast Asia, even here, if most of us were eating rice, so that means rice is an important crop. Do you know how many types of rice are there? Quick. No. Well, depends upon whom you ask. If you ask somebody in the kitchen, they can say risotto, saffron rice, pulao, biryani, whatever. If you ask a consumer, it can say long rice, short rice, whatever. If you ask a trader, it can be different. If you ask an agronomist, it could be upland rice, flooded rice, or the most common, paddy rice. So paddy rice, cultivated on flooded paddies, which is 90% of the rice around the world. Methanogenic archaea present in the soil, they convert available carbon into potent greenhouse gas methane, which goes into the air. So we try to mitigate that emission by bringing in more oxygen into the soil so that it gets oxidized before it gets emitted. And we do that by bringing in other aquatic plants which used to be once the part of rice ecosystem. So we are working in Italy, in Taiwan and India with farmer groups, living labs. So all our work is on farmers' fields, not on the research stations. And we try local native species, and hopefully in the next meetings I would be able to update you what we find. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for the nice presentations. It's the last panel, so let's keep the energy up. I really appreciate these projects because they tackle the underlying causes of biodiversity loss in different ways, but all of them somehow promoting the integration between species, between human and non-human beings or plants. So it's very interesting to see the connection within your projects. I would like to start with a question for you before opening to the audience. And this is the call for transformative change. We know that transformative change is a long process that takes time, but we also know that changes start small. And sometimes there's a situation, a person, something that sparks a drive and creates the motion towards change. I would like to ask you, how do you see within the scope of your project that you can bring that spark somehow? Can be a very small thing, but what would you like your project to have as a first achievement to drive the change that you want? I know it's a tough one, but yeah. Anyone would like to start?
start? Thank you. I would say in our project we work with on ecological pilgrimage. So I said that we kind of want to challenge this idea of like walking through places and kind of as fast as possible from A to B, and I kind of embracing this kind of the possibility to slow down and wander together, and then, for example, through storytelling, multispecies storytelling, you can cultivate the art of attentiveness, and there is the possibility of also experience kind of something like nature, this kind of sacredness, and kind of it can then lead to this desire to protect and care, and I think it cannot be designed completely. It can be enhanced, and this kind of spaces can be opened. But then again, it's difficult to measure afterwards. How much did you? How big of an epiphany did you have when you? So, but I would say that would be more, for example.
Maybe our project is very similar because we really care about this reconnection, referring to Bruno Latour Down to Earth manifesto, that to enable people to act toward the protection of the planet, we have to feel rooted in the planet. So it doesn't matter if this is a climate or biodiversity crisis, it has to matters to us. So we want to trigger this connection at 3 different levels. So at the individual level, at the community level, like NGOs, and local authorities level. So they also act as advocate for nature reconnection. So.
Come back to that side. And just a note, you can even go beyond the outcomes of the project, the big ones. It's like a very first step to lead to that.
Yeah, I'm jumping back and forth in my mind because we're just starting, and so everything explodes at the moment, and all the possibilities and also the potential failures. I heard sometimes talking to colleagues that this project is very bold. I find it, well, maybe it's bold, maybe. But I think what could be bold and what is my first jump to really move away from, so when are you coming and when do we start fieldwork? That's not going to happen. So I'm basically letting go of course, I'm the coordinator of the project, so I'm not letting go. But there will be fieldwork within all the individual countries by the researchers and by the local organizations that are involved. So how to coordinate that? How can we, and this is where this first change for our type of working comes in, which is also a change. That how can we become a community for these 3 short years across oceans, across continents? We are already in the first meeting, so I'm bringing together from those 5 countries people who would have otherwise probably not met. Some of us, of course, do meet on international meetings, but down to NGO level and so on, often, and community level, the money fails. And so we bring together, try to make them really exchange on a regular basis throughout those first 12 months now, and to become a community, become a safe space, if you want. And that's quite a change for me.
Yeah, I second that, with being very much at the beginning of such a process where everything explodes and there's lots of enthusiasm also. But we really want to try to challenge how we make sense of the world and give it meaning, to really also by taking all our senses into account, right? And working also with what affects, and kind of using the arts for that, and exploring. With the hope that that will create kind of spaces where, both within the project team, but also with the actors we're working with the other people in the case studies, that create spaces where we can uncover blind spots, maybe, where we get affected in a way that we haven't been before, and that kind of open up maybe new relations or new visions or new things, and that can get carried on through kind of more encounters, so facilitating these encounters.
So I'm just thinking about what kind of spark thing might happen. I think the people that we'll be working with in the Cape Floristic region down south, all the way up to Limpopo district and up further north into Zimbabwe, such diverse landscapes, such diverse groups of people, different languages, different contexts, and we have an opportunity to bring them together in various ways to spark that commonality of African appreciation for nature, the Ubuntu, the way that we express I am because you are. So for me, that's very inspiring. And also we had great fun putting together this proposal. There was a lot of spark there. So I hope that we can carry that spark through the project and also inspire the students that we'll be working with. For me, we are through this funding makes it possible for us to train up the next Southern African postgraduate students at our universities in Lupane State University, Nelson Mandela University, and Limpopo University. African scholars who can take forward African scholarship on these things that are important to all of us at the global level, but starting right at the base of people on the ground who use these species. So for me, that's very inspiring, and I hope that we can sustain that spark for the rest of the project.
Thank you. For us, we have very concretely defined work packages, and the biggest challenge is that work package 1 makes the ground for work package 2 and 3. So this has to be done timely and appropriately so that others can work. And the work package 1 for us is to identify the plant species which we want to cultivate with rice. And these, we have a sort of a narrow down criteria. So using that criteria, we will be looking through the archives, land records, historic cookbooks or whatever, and we will be engaging with the farmers in the 3 countries, so that is the primary, to identify the plant species which used to grow in the rice landscapes and which carry some economic value, because for farmers it is important. They will adopt only if it has some economic worth. Otherwise, nobody wants to grow weeds in the rice fields. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for our project, I mean, many of us, it's not only our project, right? They work at in this tension field between the need for local, for global standardization in a certain sense, but then also local flexibility. And different projects deal with that in different ways. So our approach is in this human rights-based approach. And if through enhancing, through our work, we can also show the diversity of ways of what it means to be human in appropriate ways, while still somehow complying with the requirements set out at the global level, I think that would be for us transformative spark.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now I would like to open the floor for questions.
Hi. Thank you very much. It's very last but not least panel. I think it's a very exciting project and we can clearly see connections. I just wanted to maybe just add on my colleague Rhoda about what kind of transformation, because obviously we come from different sides of the project. I come from the north, I'm the French one, and she comes from South Africa. And as she said, we had so much excitement writing this project together because it was a great opportunity to really go in depth into why we are doing this kind of work and what we want to see. And I think from my perspective as a French person working in South Africa for 20 years now almost, I've learned so much about the human side, the human side of conservation that is often completely overlooked in the way big conservation agencies manage wildlife or whatever all over the world. The people I've worked with in Zimbabwe for 15 years have that very particular way of nurturing nature that I've never seen before in my life growing up in France. And I think for me this would be the biggest transformation, is I think if we can really learn from indigenous communities and this kind of indigenous people we're working with how we can take of the planet Earth. I think that will be a magical step we can make with this project. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Anyone else?
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your insights and experiences. I think we are thinking individually about the transformative potential of the projects, but I think what we are seeing today, and we have been having conversations with Sabela and many of you, there's a lot to learn from each other and to share about how to do transformative research. So I challenge you, and maybe tomorrow morning you can explore this. How can this become the sum of all of these processes of learning, and that are not happening only in the context of these projects, but all your history of experiences and lessons. So I challenge you to engage in a collective process of learning from each other and sharing that knowledge and broadening up to other communities from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and make this, as a transformative experience that can transform other communities. So this idea of the community of knowledge, I think it's happening because we are having this conversation today, and I think it has to be improved and enhanced, and it can be a series of webinars when the conversation about challenges and lessons of how to do transformative research has been done or could be done. Also how to do reflexivity through research, and how can we learn from other experiences. I think there's a lot to learn from each other, and I invite you to also teach us, share your knowledge. And so it's more a comment that is inspired by not only now, but yesterday and today, that we have been having many conversations with you when there's a common need, I think, to have this conversation. And I think it's completely aligned with the call, Biodiversa call, and can inform other projects, beyond the next Biodiversa calls, and maybe also European Commission and so on. So I invite you to engage in that journey and make us part of it. Thank you.
Thanks. And that also shows the importance of such a meeting and these encounters. So thank you so much. Any other questions or comments?
So just in response to that, thank you. It struck me that I think South Africa is the only African partner in this, sorry? Yes, that's what I mean. I know we're not the only participating African country. And just to acknowledge our colleagues from the NRF and the Department of Science and Innovation that makes that possible. So thank you. But just to say that when we were going through the project descriptions, I realized that there are actually quite a few South African partners, partner institutions in the different projects. And I think there are 9 in this call. And so that's quite a strong thing and quite a privilege for South Africa, I think. And so, an opportunity like what you were talking about may be quite powerful for us to bring together some of those lessons learned and so on, in South Africa at least. And I'm sure maybe others can do the same in your regions. Thank you.
Thanks.
I also briefly wanted to follow up to this really nice or great suggestion. Maybe we can even take it a bit further and collectively reflect on where we might need to challenge the way, or do we need to do science differently in view of the challenges we're facing, and what structural changes would be needed, or where does this change need to happen?
I think everyone is sleepy. And question.
Okay. Coming back to your first question, maybe, what is the first spark? Why are we doing what we are doing? Why did we choose this profession, not the other one? I think for many of us, it starts with the kind of first connection or interconnection or event related to nature experience. So this is that is why I'm very grateful for organizers of this meeting to squeeze field trip tomorrow afternoon to the program so that we have a chance to experience this unique nature here. And looking back, I think, yes, so to make this effort to awake some interest in young generations in nature, to fight back this deficiency of contact with nature, I think also this last closing round of discussion is also important to give some, and also the evaluators to give the space for this emotion in this very hard scientific competitive environment. So thank you for that, and thank you for the question and the setting for giving the space to this topic as well.
Thanks so much. There was a question here.
Yes, thank you. So, Henrik Lang from the Swedish EPA, also work package 4 of Biodiversa Plus. So, I feel we're having too much of a cozy time now, so I decided to throw a firebrand or two. So, I've identified a couple of assumptions that lie behind our activities. Those are not just this group, but all of the presentations today. So, one is knowledge will create change. And the second is agency is not an issue. And the third one is there is actually a will out there to change. So am I right or am I wrong?
Again, agency is not an issue.
Knowledge will create change. Knowledge creates change. So if you tell somebody the facts you have produced in your research, something will happen. Agency is not an issue with the stakeholders or interest holders that you interact with, and there is actually a will to change out there.
Anybody in the room?
Very interesting. Yeah. Okay, I try. Yes, I think because I come from agronomic sciences where the discourse in the past 100 years or so has been information driven. And we want to, in the agroecological and systemic sciences, we want to move that from information driven to knowledge driven. And that means also the indigenous knowledge, the experiential knowledge. So I think this change of attitude from information-driven to knowledge-driven systems can create potentially change. But it is more difficult. From a technocentric point of view, it is really challenging and difficult. But if all these 35 projects can translate 50% of the project outcomes into real impact, I think we can create a significant change. And, well, agency, I cannot say, but yes, I mean, in the last 20 years working with farmers, most of the times I have found that they are prone to change. I usually give an example from my bringing up in India. The priests in India used to be historically high class, even higher than the king, I mean, which was usually everywhere around the world. And they lost their credibility because they went into the pure rituals, and there was a disconnect between knowledge and the rituals and practices, and eventually they became irrelevant for the society. And I'm afraid if we scientists focus too much on publications only and do not make social contributions, we might get extinct as species.
Yes, I will also try. Okay, will to change, yes. But then also we had, yes. But then there is the question of, I think we can agree with that something has to change. And then you come, for example, in Finnish Lapland, you would come where you can see this, what the green transition is doing. You go and okay, something has to happen. And then you are all of a sudden there when they're building big wind farms. And so then it becomes, of course, more complicated. So where is the will actually leading us? And then connected to the agency, we had a really good discussion. I think it was with Marianne. I was really inspired by the panel you had yesterday, and also just the role of the grassroots organization and the civil society. I think, well, the agency question relates to that also, how much we, for example, in our budget we could have, should have, wanted to have more budget for the stakeholders to engage. So I think there's this also, I think that is related to the agency issue. Knowledge will create change. No, I would say that we have a lot of knowledge about climate change. It's like we keep hitting each other on the head with that knowledge, and it's not changing. So I would say, okay, I'm a phenomenologist, I would say that the experience matter. That we have to, how we experience things, that is kind of, and we care for the other's experience and how we care. So I don't think it's, at this point, it's not a knowledge issue as such. I think it's something deeper.
Frodo, you wanted to say something? Yes.
Yes, so I know from many years of teaching that knowledge does not effect change. However, I do think that learning together can create change, and I have seen that in at least the rooibos sector with small-scale harvesters. And I would like to add that knowledge, together with experience, as my colleague has just mentioned, together with wisdom, that can effect change. Agency is not an issue, I think, especially in the kinds of communities where we are likely to work. Maybe that's not true for all people equally. But there are people who are involved, for instance, in the biotrade sector, where there's even opportunity for not harvesters, but people working closely with harvesters to advocate for better prices, let's say, in trade with the EU. And so I have seen change also, and people take up agency, but it takes a very long time, and it is not equal for all. And then lastly, with will, I suppose whose will? Political will, social will. But at the very least, I always say for any change to take place, you have to start with yourself first. And I would like to think that in our little consortium, at least we are willing to change. And so hopefully we can hold that kind of space for everybody we interact with. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I will just continue in this, and not only addressing you, but what could even make us think that in this round, in this day, yesterday as well, we are in a cozy place. When we talk about humans, social sciences, methods, citizen engagement, our engagement as researchers, when we talk about emotions, yes, they have a place in science, all kinds of science, and about reflexivity. Now I get the sign again, thank you, Andre. And about reflexivity, this is so far from being cozy. I felt cozy when I was counting and measuring diatoms in a little lab in England and listening to the diastrates. So that's cozy. So we're not in this cozy place. I think we're exposing ourselves to different spheres, so it's much overdue in a way for many of us. Yes, I think you don't need us all to answer these questions in a way, but yes, with knowledge creates change, it's interesting. I think lost agency is an issue, not agency itself so much. So what is lost? How do we still believe in what we actually know and apply it to this fast-changing world? And whether there's a will to change or not, there is change. It's happening very fast, and we need to adapt, and we need to change, whether we actually want or not. So this is also a very prone sentence, but it's, I think, how we feel we have a say and an agency in this change. I think that is something that also has place in this room.
Just one sentence. Only dialogue can make change between knowledge, agency, all actors, and our understanding of these views, which were mentioned yesterday, actually, views, structures, and practices. When we understand all different perspectives, and and we make a dialogue, we can cause the change.
Okay, thank you so much. We are right on time, I guess. So we'll move on to the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it works. Okay, great. First of all, after all these sessions, I would like to thank you all the presenters and all the projects for their great presentation, and actually mainly for really sticking to the time. That was very much appreciated, so thank you very much. Before we conclude, there are a few words by the Biodiversa Plus follow-up team of this call. That means me and my colleague Maciej over here. We will just give you 2 slides, so nothing really long. Just few important reminders coming into the project implementation that is in front of you. We are there for you, and we call it, let's say, the fountain of knowledge. So that's me, my colleague Maciej, and also the Dropbox toolkit that we already shared with you. So you can have a look there, of course. There are the most important material for you for the implementation and for the steps that are in front of you with regard to the project carry out. And mainly you can find the information about the events. So there will be, of course, slides from the event today and tomorrow and yesterday as well. Then you can find there the logos of the funding organizations. Those are, of course, important for the acknowledgement, and also regarding connected to that, there's the acknowledgement rules also there. And last but not least, the follow-up guidelines, which is a document for you to check whenever you are facing issues or questions, whether you should maybe discuss something with us or not. And also, you will find there the template for the Biodiversa Plus midterm and final report. So you can check it out, and you can maybe already start some preparation work for this midterm report coming up in next year. Regarding the also changes in your project, which might of course happen, we would like to let's say divide these between like major changes and minor changes. So regarding the major changes, such as like changes in the consortium with regard to budget, or with regard to changes of the partners, etc., please inform us. This is a change request procedure that we will need to run through the funding organizations of the BiodiverTransform call. Regarding the minor changes, such as some content-related changes, like change of a milestone, for example, or change of a deliverable, you don't need to let us know. You can just report that in the midterm report later on. And of course, in case you also encounter some cost categories reshuffles, also that's no need for us to be informed. Mainly inform your national funding organization about that. And of course, in case you encounter some very serious difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. We are here to help you and to provide as best support as we can. And since we had some questions regarding, let's say, 2 current issues, we would like to address it here as well. So in case some of your project partners did not receive funding, it doesn't really mean that the project is over. It just takes some time for different funding agencies to process the grant process and the contract and the funds. So it might take a while, but the funding will come. And also with some funding organizations, you can actually claim the eligible cost retrospectively from the start of your project, even though you do not really have the contract in hand. And the second question, or the second issue, was the consortium agreement of the project, which some of the funding agencies are actually asking you to sign before you get the contract and the funding. This is a document which is quite complex. It addresses mainly the intellectual property disputes and the governance models, for example, and how the governance model is going to look like between the partners, etc. So in case you need this consortium agreement, we always suggest the DESCA model, which is used mainly for the Horizon Europe funding and research projects. So feel free to have a look at that. It should be quite manageable to get it somehow fitted to the needs of your project. And of course, it's good also to check with, let's say, the legal teams maybe of your universities or the funding organizations to discuss this in case they need the consortium agreement, and they might have some advices for you as well. All right, that was it. From my side, thank you once again. And in case you would have any questions, please do not hesitate to catch us around. We will, of course, be very happy to answer you. And for the concluding words, I will hand over to Magnus. There you are. Magnus, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrei. And when it comes to any budget changes, it's best to contact your funding organization just in case you might need to do some amendments in their portal or whatever. So if you're in doubt, contact your funding organization first, and then if it's a larger thing, you come to the overarching secretariat and the follow-up group, right? Okay, good. So first, I want to remind you that if you post on the social media, use the hashtag BiodiverTransform and tag also Biodiversa Plus. That will give you a much more leverage. Again, this meeting has been recorded, and the whole thing will be available, including the slides, on our website as soon as possible. Also, you were told earlier about a message from BioAgora. I'll just repeat that so that you hear it properly. So it's a message from BioAgora, which is one of our key collaborators who are developing the science service for biodiversity for the European Commission. And this will become the scientific pillar of the European Commission's Knowledge Center for Biodiversity. And they sent us a message saying, we warmly encourage the new Biodiversa Plus projects to engage with this evolving science policy interface, which offers an important opportunity to connect project knowledge and results with EU policy needs, while strengthening exchange and coordination across the wider biodiversity community. So if you're interested, feel free to get in touch with this the email address, networks@biogora.eu, and they have the website, biogora.eu, where they regularly publish also calls for experts and other ways to contribute. So that's a tip for you. Right, so, and as it was, we end this day, really interesting, fantastic, and as was mentioned, this is actually Earth Day today, which is the annual event started in 1970, to demonstrate support for environmental protection. And nowadays, there are a wide range of events, as you probably know globally, and it's arranged through earthday.org, including 1 billion people in more than 193 countries. So that's something. And for us, this has been a very interesting day in a different way, where we have seen and heard from so many promising and intriguing projects. It's been really, truly inspiring to all of us. And you will now start your journey We know it's very complex to collaborate with your international consortia, setting everything up, getting everybody on the same page and all that, and you will be very busy with that. We understand, that's fine. But we are already looking forward to see your results and the conclusions, and hope to see them being incorporated and implemented in policy and in management across the different sectors of society. And as you know, the most transformative solutions have to be holistic and systemic. So please take the opportunity tomorrow to really dive into the clustering event and discuss tomorrow and at dinner tonight across the different projects already now. And then you can follow up at the midterm, or maybe we will arrange some other events for you to share experiences and thoughts and to connect. And I'll leave that to the follow-up group and the clustering task force here that you will meet tomorrow. So now, on behalf of all the Biodiversa Plus partners, I want to thank you so warmly. First of all, our fantastic partner here in the Azores, the FRCT, for hosting us and inviting us here and hosting us in this fantastic venue. So thank you so much for that. It's been great, and it's not over, and we have an interesting day tomorrow as well. And thank you, of course, to the Biodiversa Plus operational team with Clara Superbi and André and Matej, who have made this day such a fantastic day. And many thanks also to the colleagues from the European Commission and the partners and funding organizations, of course. It's really great to have so many from the evaluation committee here and contributing on stage as well. I think that is actually adding a lot of value to, and you see that it's not just a process, a one-way pipeline where you're being processed and kicked out in the other end, but we are actually creating a loop and a community here. And we will come back to you many times about this in the coming years. And of course, thank you to all the speakers and coordinators who have presented your work, and all the participants in these 35 fantastic projects that will now start. So good luck with your projects, and we already now look forward to the midterm meeting. Thank you so much.